the members, and we were talking about loads of different things. We were covering a lot to do with wrestling. We were covering a lot to do with members side. So yeah, just a lot that's kind of going on at the moment. And there's a lot going on with wrestling as well. So if we jump over to WWE and we have a look at the shows. Boom. Let's jump over. Let's take that down. Let's jump over here and break down tonight's episodes. Oh, that's a big result, isn't it? I had that on at the same time. Italy are out. Italy are out of the World Cup. Love that. I was just doing the member stream. I just had that window open at the sides as Italy just got knocked out on penalties. So they are not going to America. They are not going to be, for the third World Cup in a row, they are not going to be there. Italy failed to qualify for third World Cup in a row. Oh my, I love it. I mean, I shouldn't love it because England were atrocious tonight against Japan. So England ended up flipping losing the game as well. So, I mean, I can't really say anything, but anyway, let's get to this preview, shall we? Right, we have got, look at all this. We're at Madison Square Garden, of course. So we got Jasper Troy is battling against Keanu Carver with Josh Briggs as special guest referee, right? We got TNA World Champion Mike Santana. He is teaming with OTM against DarkState. We got Los Americanos taking on Birthright in the NXT Tag Team Title #1 Contenders match. We got Kendal Gray and Lola Vice battling in a #1 Contenders match. We got Jaida Parker going one-on-one against Kelani Jordan. And we got Tate and Paxley going one-on-one with Blake Monroe. So that obviously is, I believe, for the championship. #1 Contenders match as well. We've got contract signing, which I don't think is listed here. It should be that the 4 guys in that main event are actually doing a contract signing. Jaida Parker, Kelani Jordan as well. Jasper Troy, Keanu Carver. We've been building to this for a while. So, I mean, that's going to be meat. That's going to bang. Then we got a 6-person tag. Mike Santana is going to be featuring as he joins up with OTM to take on DarkState. Los Americanos against Birthright. #1 Contenders match. Another #1 Contenders match. Lola Kendal. Jaida against Kelani. Should be good. NXT, is this for the belt though? NXT Women's North American Champion Tatum comes face to face with the woman who stole her title. The Glamour left with the belt in Houston where she attacked Paxley, dragged her beneath the stage. Paxley tracked down Monroe and attacked her, but Monroe still holds the championship hostage from the rightful champion. What will happen when these two rivals come face to face? So it's not the match, it's just a face to face. I'm with you now. I was like, is this for the belt? But it's them face to face. Is that because they're at Stand and Deliver? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the old Stand and Deliver card, see where we are. We've got 5 matches for Stand and Deliver. We have got... No, they're not battling at Stand and Deliver. We have got Joe Hendry, Ricky Saints, Ethan Page, and Tony. That's our main event this weekend. Of course, it is Stand and Deliver this weekend. This is our go-home show for that. So that's for the NXT Championship. They should be doing a contract signing tonight. Sol Ruka against Zarya. Great. I'm so over it, but it's a big deal. I understand. JC versus Kendal or Lola. We'll find that out tonight. Miles Bourne against Johnny Gargano. Obviously, we saw how we got to that last week. Vanity Project is taking on Birthright or Los Americanos. We're going to find out tonight who is going to face Vanity Project. So that's Stand and Deliver. It's okay, you know. It's okay. It's maybe not the strongest, but we do have JC defending her belt. We have got, obviously, Joe defending the NXT Championship. Tag titles being defended by Vanity Project. I just think the tag division just feels a bit cold at the moment. You know, Vanity Project are defending either against Birthright or Los Americanos. Like, there's not really loads of great options for those, for the tag division. It's not like, doesn't feel like the days where we had the Revival and DIY and, you know, all these, like, American Alpha and, you know, all these great teams. Now we're dealing with, like, Birthright and Los Americanos are pretty fun. I wouldn't be down on Vanity Project against Los Americanos. I wouldn't be down on that. Whether it goes that way, I'm going to have to wait and see. Miles Bourne, Johnny Gargano. Hopefully Johnny can be Johnny of old, of course. And I'm sure he will. JC Jane against Kendal or Lola will be okay. Solru Kazaria. I'm just so over that. But I just really am. I know that there's many of you that are not, but yeah, that's just... the match will probably be fine. Joe Hendry, Ricky, Heath, and Tony should be fun. It's going to be fun. It'll be fun at the weekends. It'll be fun. I do think there's probably a lack of bit of star power in there. We probably could have done with a decent name from the main roster. But, I mean, maybe this is where Evil arrives. This could be where Takahashi arrive. This is where they could make their presence felt. And that could be very exciting. That could be very exciting if we're going to get the arrival of one of or both of those. So, okay, that's the weekend anyway. Tonight's show is a go home, but a lot of tonight is about getting us set, getting us ready for this weekend. Tonight is going to set up this weekend. Long Beach Hippie said, I'm just getting ready for work. I am just going to sit people down and show them their seats here at SoFi Intuit Dome. I get to pick my own schedule. Tonight I'm doing Lakers against Cavs. Oh, have fun, buds. Have fun. Seems like a fun job, honestly. People are out, you know, enjoying themselves. Hopefully in good spirits. Hopefully you haven't got moody people to deal with. So, yeah. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you. Jared said, evening days. Personally, I don't think Stephanie is the one that's on the phone. She wouldn't be trying to help Cody if she was. Or would she? Well, I think it's a great shout because it could be mind games, couldn't it, from Stephanie? I mean, this match is going to happen, right? The match between Randy and Cody is locked. So really, Randy now can play mind games, right? Try and get in Cody's head. And actually, Stephanie went in that ring and said, this version of you can't beat this version of Randy. And gave Cody something to really think about. Was it that she was trying to get in his head? Was it that she was trying to throw him off? Was it that she's trying to get him to sort of overthink this, you know? I mean, Cody just needs to go in the ring and be Cody, doesn't he? He needs to go in there. I mean, this is a Cody Rhodes that beat John Cena at SummerSlam. This is a Cody Rhodes that's beaten Brock Lesnar. So, I mean, Cody Rhodes has got big wins. He can go in there against Randy and get a win. But he needs to, you know, not overthink it and blah, 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 blah. So, I don't know. How much help did she provide? Or was she playing some sort of mind game? I think there is a possibility to tell a story that she's with Randy and that she's trying to get in Cody's head and she's trying to throw him off. I agree with you, though. I think it probably makes more sense for it to be someone else. I think it probably makes more sense for the reveal to be someone else other than Stephanie. But she does tick boxes. You know, he said about the more than one royal family. She's from the McMahon family. She would be a big character to bring back to TV on a regular basis. Obviously, Randy is close to Triple H. They were both kind of around in the same era, of course. They were in Evolution. Both kind of traveling the world together. If you're close with Triple H, you're close with Steph. I mean, he's going to be close with Steph anyway, because from the moment he arrived in WWE, he's had a relationship with her, right? Not like as a partner, but, you know, a working relationship, a friendship, right? So, I mean, even without Triple H, she's going to have a bond with Randy. So I think that she does tick boxes. There is a way of making it fit, but is that the most likely outcome? Or is it more likely that it's his dad? Is it more likely that it's going to be revealed as The Rock? You know? I don't know. I feel like it could be more likely it's going to be revealed to not be Steph. I think you make a good point. Like, how much did she actually do for Randy in that moment? If she is secretly working with him, I can make an argument she sort of got in Cody's mind. I can make an argument that she sort of confused things a touch. But I don't know. Is that enough? Would someone else have, done a better job? Or would someone else have done something a bit different? So I like it. It's an interesting one to kind of dig into. That mystery of who's on the phone continues to get people thinking. Andy said, do we think that we might get a big moment with Cena at Mania? Maybe this is where The Rock returns to clear the air. I'm not envisaging a big moment because my honest answer is I don't know how much thought has gone into this. I mean, the dirt sheets, and they're not always right, of course, but the dirt sheets seem to imply that this was done because of slow ticket sales. That says to me that there's no big thought that's gone into this. That says to me that this is not like, right, we're going to have John and he's going to do this and we're going to do that. You know, this isn't a storyline. This isn't something that we've been working on for months and months. If the dirt sheets are correct, this feels like we're doing it because we're worried about the ticket sales. And so we've reached out to John and said, can you help? Then it's a case of just finding stuff for him to do. So unfortunately, the booking for John might be the wrong way round. It might not be, we've got an amazing story, we need John. It might be, we've got slow ticket sales, we need John. What's the story going to be? Do you know what I mean? It's a bit like when you get to War Games and you've got a War Games match, but now you need to figure out what the match is. A lot of people say that's the wrong way to do it, and I agree. It's better to have a great feud, people fighting, and you go, we need War Games. And so you just do War Games any time of the year because you need it, right? I mean, you could make an argument if MFT's Wyatts had been better, that we might be getting to a point where they need War Games to get this sorted. But normally we don't kind of really build to that or do that until, of course, Survivor Series, because that's when it happens every year. So unfortunately, this could be another example of that where it's been booked the wrong way round. We've got Cena, now we need to figure out the story. Days, do we think that WWE will get to a point where NXT can tour more in Canada, UK, and then there'd be a few spots to go to as a cheaper option? Uncle Rebel, shout out to you. I like that question because I hope so. I think I'm probably leaning towards no. I don't know that WWE want to really give people the cheaper option because they don't really want people to take that option. They want people to take this is our only option. You either go to WWE or you don't. You know, you either spend that money or you don't. I think they want people to obviously go to Raw, SmackDown. If they provide an alternative that's cheaper, then, you know, you're just making it harder for yourself to get people to go to Raw and SmackDown. You know, there's people that might be able to convince the kids, we're going to go to wrestling, we're going to go to NXT. And if the kids watch NXT, they'll still be as excited, but it's not Roman and set and all of that. So by providing a cheaper alternative, you're sort of taking away the pressure that people feel like, I have to spend that money, which is obviously for us good. But for WWE, TKO, probably not what they're looking for. So I don't know that they would necessarily want to do that unless they are forced to do it. And what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is if WWE are in Canada and they are doing Raw, SmackDown, live events, and the tickets are expensive, and then along comes AEW, and their shows are a bit cheaper, and WWE are watching people go to AEW instead of go to their shows, then WWE have got a decision to make. Do we make the Raw, SmackDown tickets cheaper to compete with AEW, or do we bring NXT in as the alternative that can be that cheaper option? All of a sudden, the dynamic changes when you introduce another third party. If you introduce another party into the mix, if you introduce another brand, another promotion in, all of a sudden the conversation shifts. So I think, to be honest, to ship all the wrestlers, certainly to the UK, to then run like 1,000-seat arenas, and I don't even know if you'd sell those out right now. I mean, I would like to think you would. But, you know, those kind of spaces that can hold 1,000, well, that's kind of what NXT runs in, isn't it? To travel to the UK, staying in hotels and doing a tour and, you know, all that, I don't know how cost effective that is. I don't know if the money generated actually pays for the cost of that tour, because obviously you can sort of do it and cover it if you're doing 20,000 arenas like the O2, or you're doing Manchester Arena, or, you know, some of the other big arenas that we have here, the Echo in Liverpool, which I think I don't know if it's 20, it might be 15, but they're still big. I've got to think that covers the cost, right? But for NXT to be running those kind of 1,000 arenas, I don't know. Cost-wise, I'm not sure. Something would say to me that the cost doesn't get covered. Otherwise, they would do it. I think one thing we know about TKO is they do like to look internationally. If you look at the amount of shows they're doing abroad now, it's more than they've ever done. I mean, they're doing Clash in Paris, they're doing Bash in Berlin, we've got Clash in Italy, you know, they're doing all of these shows. We've done Australia, of course, and, you know, we're really trying to go to places internationally more so. I look at NXT and I do wonder why we took NXT abroad before the pandemic and now we've stopped doing it. It kind of stopped, to be honest, when NXT UK started. When NXT UK started, I think they felt like that's box ticked. They've got their own promotion now in the UK, NXT UK. We don't need to send NXT over now, right? NXT UK obviously went, and we've not seen NXT coming over. My thoughts are that there's probably a little bit in them wanting you to buy the ticket for Raw, SmackDown, the main show. If they're not coming over at the same time, then of course that wouldn't be the problem. I wonder if the problem is one of making it cost effective. One thing TKO are not going to want to do is lose money. So I think, you know, making it like cost effective, I think, is a bit of a barrier as well. And so that's kind of where my mind is in regards to like going different places. I think Canada is more possible than the UK. I feel like for them to get to Canada, it's not that far away, is it, from, say, New York? I mean, they're in New York now. They've gone to MSG. I mean, them going a little bit further north and going into Canada, that doesn't strike me as a great hardship. So I think Canada definitely feels like it's an option. UK, I suppose I'm talking more about, and Europe, feeling like at the moment there seems to be an issue there. Whatever that issue is, I can't tell you because I've never heard, but I've got a couple of thoughts as to what it could be. But I would love for them to come over because I went to see them in 2016. There are videos on the channel of me going to see NXT in Bournemouth, and Shinsuke's there. I think Bayley's there. Finn Balor's there. Samoa Joe's there. Asuka's there. It's 2016 NXT, which was a great time for NXT. One of my absolute favorite times, actually, 2016, 2015, 2016, 2017. This is, peak for me. I think it's great when Johnny and Tommaso come in and Adam Cole. And it does move to that. But I went and saw them in 2016. And then I went again I think it was a few years later. I went again and saw them in Brighton. And I was wasted. I got so drunk. I don't really remember a great deal about that, to be honest with you. I just remember getting on the train, getting on the wrong train, ending up in Croydon, which is in London, which is nowhere near where I lived. Then going, oh my God, what am I doing here? Jumping on a train, going back. By the time I got back to Brighton, all the trains were finished for the day. So I should have been in Southampton. I was in Brighton. It's about an hour on a train, I think, away, and there was no trains. So then I had to go about 11:30 at night. I had to try and go and find a hotel. And I just remember wandering around trying to find a hotel. It was bad, man. It was really bad. And I was meant to be in early for work the next day. So, I had to kind of get in touch in the morning and say, listen, I've had a problem. I'm not going to make it in on the early. So then I had to, I did find a hotel. It was expensive. And so stayed in a hotel, got the train the next morning, quickly went home, quickly got changed because I didn't have any clothes or anything with me. Obviously, I wasn't expecting to stay. Got changed, then went to work and just had one of those really bad days. When you've had a few beers and you're hanging and you've had a proper night out. Sometimes when I was young, I was able to just sort of shake them off. But I don't know, if you've had a bit of a traumatic experience as well, being trapped in a place, kind of having to, thank God I had some money. I had some, if I didn't have any money, I probably would have had to flipping slept on the beach or so. I don't know. I have no idea. So that was, I think, the last time I went to NXT was in Brighton, and I was just wasted. I don't even know how I got so wasted, but I was. So yes, I've been to see them a few times when they've been to the UK, and I'd definitely be going again. I love NXT, seeing it live. Anytime I go to Florida, I go, so I would love to see them come over. But sadly, they haven't been over for, well, honestly, I mean, maybe 2019 might have been the last time they were in the UK. It was certainly before the pandemic. So, good question. Flamefist said, what do you think about Triple H, the game breaking apart Brock over and Brock left? I didn't mind it. I think that Triple H is in a very powerful position. So I think if there was going to be security guards or a referee or someone, they're not going to be able to separate the two, are they? It's going to come to blows. But if you've got Triple H in there, who in kayfabe is obviously in an authority position, I don't really know where he sits in kayfabe. We know that he sits in Gorilla and kind of looks over the show. We know that he's important, right? I think he might be classed as in kayfabe like Adam Pearce's boss. He might be like the boss of Pearce and the boss of Nick Aldis. Either way, he's a very high up authority figure. So I mean, if you're Brock and you're Ober and you've got someone of that stature standing in between you saying, don't do it now, save it for Mania. Obviously, he's not going to physically be able to stop them at this stage in his life with his heart trouble and everything. But I think because of his authority, because of the position that he holds, because, he could turn around and say, right, you're off Mania. If they knocked him down, he's got the power to go, well, you're not going to be at Mania now. You want to get your hands on each other. That's fine, but you save it for WrestleMania. I can sort of understand why it didn't come to blows. They have got something they could lose if it did. So that's kind of how in my mind it worked. That's kind of how in my mind I saw it. That's okay. I mean, I'm not saying it was the best thing you could have booked. I think it would have been really fun for Triple H to have not been there, for those two to be trying to get at each other, and, flood the ring with security. The only thing is, we sort of did that on SmackDown with Cody and Randy. I don't think we had enough security in the ring for that moment. And I thought it went on way too long. And the reception to it was quite poor. We don't know if maybe Raw had a plan to do that. But because that went down on Friday, Raw was like, well, we can't really do that now because it just looks exactly the same as what Randy and Cody did. So we need to do something different. I think also Triple H being involved is interesting because, yes, they're right. A Brock match is a big match at WrestleMania, but we don't actually see Triple H getting involved in storylines much. We know he's backstage and he loves saying welcome to WrestleMania or whatever, but actually, do you remember when he got involved with Kevin Owens? When Kevin was feuding with Cody? And that was kind of like, oh, because we don't really see Triple H. He's normally backstage pointing, or is normally doing a post-show interview, or is normally welcome to WrestleMania, yeah? But actually being involved in a storyline is actually quite rare. So for Triple H to be standing in between Brock and Oba, I actually don't think that hurts Oba. I think that this shows that it's not just Brock that's got Oba's attention. Triple H is very aware of how explosive this match is as well. And so I don't know what the general reaction has been to it, but I think there's... Oh, I dropped my caffeine tablet. I think there's enough to it to make it interesting. To make it go, yeah, okay, it was maybe not the best thing you could have booked, but I don't think it was bad. I actually really like Raw. I gave it a good score, and a lot of you gave it a good score as well. Okay. All those security guards have got a story being tossed around by Oba and Brock. Yeah, do you know the one clip I've seen the most coming out of Raw is the one of that guy being picked up and just chucked by Oba. I think I've seen that clip more than anything else. Jared said, you got drunk. There was no parents with you. 2016, you would have been about, 11? Yeah, well, listen, I was a tearaway, Jared. I was an absolute rebel when I was young. So, for me, it was just... I do what I want to do, yeah? I've never said that I was an angel. So, do you know what I mean? Nothing for me to go out drinking at the age of 11, yeah? Getting served with my fake ID. Stopping in hotels on my own. We've lived, Jared, we've lived very different lives, you and me. Very different lives. So, Equation 21 said, if you watch Oba's interview on Stephanie's Watch Your Story podcast, he said that Triple H is like his favourite wrestler. Well, it must have been extra special for him then. Alex said, AJ Jericho happened for the first time in 2016. Time flies, said Alex. Oba got fined for chucking Pierce around. I don't know how much, says Edwards. Flame Fist said, please, no applause, but I'm back. Days, if we're wondering, AEW for Dynamite Collision are in music halls and theatres in front of 2,500, 3,500. Cheapest tickets are $30. International, they get 8 to 12. I think they are, I think they're bigger than NXT because I think their ratings are actually beating NXT now. But not only that, but you do have obviously HBO Max and all that kind of stuff. So, I think the battle for AEW has seemingly in recent times been them against NXT. I think they're winning that battle right now. I think AEW, it feels to me, we went through a period where they weren't getting mentioned loads actually on the streams, but now they get mentioned a little bit more. And I sense now that more of you are kind of engaging with their product a bit more. So I'd say they're going through a good period right now. I think they're about as hot as they've been, I would say, for years right now. I would say they've managed to find a way back to, putting on it's not hard, is it? Make sure that your show is a good show that people enjoy. Do that on a consistent basis, and you're back. And seemingly they've kind of managed to crack that. Certainly can't sit here and comment. As you know, I don't watch it, so I can't say everything's great. I can't say every week is great, but just from an outsider and the vibe that I'm getting, it feels like they're in, not a bad spot at the moment. I think they're clear of NXT. I'm not sure NXT wouldn't be drawing those kind of numbers. Can't see NXT going international, doing a pay-per-view and getting 8 to 12,000. I don't know, man. If NXT did like Deadline or something in the UK, would they be getting 8 to 12,000 in the UK? You'd probably have to put some. It depends if you put main roster stars on. Depends if you cheat. If you keep it just NXT, I'm not sure they do. But if you obviously put a Bailey or people like that on, there and kind of stack it, then yeah, you probably could. So I don't know. That's a tricky one. Equation said NXT UK got disrupted because of the pandemic, but I have been hearing about NXT Europe. Well, they said they ended NXT UK to start NXT Europe. They also said that NXT Europe didn't launch because of the takeover and the buyout. I think that's rubbish. I don't think that they were ever looking to. I think there was an NXT Europe, but I don't think it was imminent. I don't think that was something that it was going to. I don't think that's the reason NXT UK went away, right? I think we all know that. NXT UK went away because the ratings were just not good enough. But they couldn't come out and say that. They can't come out and go, oh, our ratings were bad, right? So you go, yeah, we're going to end this because we've got something better coming. And so as a result, we end up where we end up. So I think there is still a chance for NXT Europe. They could announce at WrestleMania this year that they've purchased another promotion. I mean, it was last year they bought AAA in Mexico, and that is basically NXT Mexico. They're down there trying to attract talent, working with people. They have got a hub in Mexico now to kind of bring through Mexican talent. And make no mistake about it, that top talent is going to find its way to NXT. It's going to find its way to Raw and SmackDown. It's going to find its way into the system, right? I wouldn't be shocked if they do something similar in Europe. They might have had many conversations, obviously, like Progress could be interesting if they started working there, because I think, is it Jim Smallman that set up Progress? And he played a big part in NXT UK. So there is a relationship there with the people that run Progress. One of the biggest European promotions is WXW in Germany. And that's all the likes of Ilya and Gunther and, lots of people that have kind of come through Europe have featured in that promotion. I don't know who they're affiliated with. I'm not sure they're affiliated with AEW. WWE might be able to do something there and get a foothold in mainland Europe. So I don't know. I mean, that AAA announcement came out of nowhere last year. It was a real bombshell. Took us all by surprise. There'd been no word in the dirt sheets. Who's to say that WWE don't make another major announcement at this year's WrestleMania that kind of catches us off guard? I hope they do, to be honest. Always makes things quite exciting, doesn't it? Kader said, I miss Adam Cole with his wrestling, but his health is more important than entertaining a bunch of marks. Well, Kader, that's where we differ. I actually think it's more important to entertain marks than someone's health. Yeah, I think it's very selfish to just worry about your own health when actually you should be thinking about all those marks that are out there instead. Big Time said, Days, if NXT was using the same system as AEW, I think they'd be about 770 or 830. You just can't really compare NXT when they're using a different system. Yeah, I agree. I'm not going to worry about ratings. I'm more interested in, would NXT get the attendance? Would they be able to go abroad and do 8 to 12,000 if you're telling me that's what AEW can do for their PLEs? Could NXT do that? I got my doubts. I've got my doubts if NXT could do that in America at the moment. There's not much evidence of it, is there? They keep running these small buildings. I've got to think they're doing that for a reason. I've got to think it's because ticket sales and general interest seems to be down. So, I don't know. It's in a weird little spot at the moment, NXT. I mean, it is going through a bit of a rebuild. We know that. We know that we just lost Oba, Javon, Trick. We still have some talent around. That's evident with Ethan and Ricky and Joe. And obviously, you know, we've got some new people that we're trying to build. But, yeah, we could do with a little bit of an injection of some indie talent, or some New Japan talent, or some main roster support. But, well, we'll see. I'm sure they know what they're doing. We've gone through this cycle so many times. It's just not a drama. Because, you know, NXT has been going since 2010. And I think, was it 2012, 2013 that it became like a brand rather than that sort of reality show that it was at the beginning. So, yeah, it's done this. You know, it's kind of had to cycle through its rosters so many times that they know what they're doing by now. But, yeah, interesting. Shiloh, Elio, Eli Knight were good additions in my opinion, says MJR. They are. The only thing I would say is Shiloh and Eli are both. So am I right in saying that they're... I don't actually know where Shiloh's come from. I don't know if he's a next in line or a WWE ID, but they're not... Well, to my knowledge, none of them are big names. You know, it's not like we brought in Kevin Steen, or we brought in Sami Zayn, or we brought in Finn Balor from New Japan. I do agree with you, they're good additions. You know, they're good talent that can fill out a card. But if we're talking about shifting tickets, if we're talking about, you know, trying to get into bigger arenas, those aren't names that are necessarily going to help you do that. Back in the day, you know, we would bring in Shinsuke, we would bring in Finn Balor, we would bring in Kenta, Hideo Itami, we would bring in Asuka. You know, we were bringing in these people that had made a name for themselves and had a following outside of WWE. They weren't next in line. They weren't like low-level indie talent. And that's no disrespect. You know, they're great names. I agree with you. But these are people that have got limited followings at the moment. This is why, for me, you know, someone like Powerhouse Hobbs, who, again, I don't know what kind of following he's got, but he is coming over from AEW. That kind of a name is at least got some sort of name recognition to a lot of people. Obviously a Takahashi, obviously an Evil. You know, these would be great. And it feels like Takahashi could come into NXT. But again, you know, we've seen some of these kind of names skipping NXT and going straight to the main roster. And that is a bit of a problem for NXT. I think it's a bit of a problem for everyone when that happens. But it's a bit of a problem for NXT because, you know, back in the day, we didn't have Finn Balor skip NXT. Even when we brought Drew McIntyre back, he didn't skip NXT. I mean, Drew McIntyre was in WWE, ended up getting cut, right? Going off and doing like lots of indie stuff, then being brought back. But when he got brought back, he went through NXT. So even he came back through NXT. So, you know, we didn't just have him come straight back, go to the main roster. We didn't have Finn Balor go straight to the main roster. We didn't have Shinsuke go straight to the main roster. We didn't have Asuka go straight to the main roster. We had, you know, them go through the system. So it just feels a little bit, star power wise, like it's just a little light on the men's sides. Women's sides is probably a little light as well, but there's some girls there that have been around for a little while, like Sol Ruka, like JC Jane, you know, like Lola Vice. They've been around for a good few years now. It's not like we're just kind of just calling up some LFG talent or some Evolve talent and, you know, having to lean on that. So I'd say there is like a thin layer at the top for NXT at the moment, but the depth just doesn't feel deep enough for me at the moment. So I don't know. I don't know if that's something that they are worried about. I mean, the thing with NXT is it is developmental. So, you know, for them, first and foremost, it might be, are we bringing through the talent that we should be bringing through? You know, is that more important to them than can we sell out 8 to 10,000 arenas, you know? It's just that back in the day, we did have both. We was able to kind of do big takeover shows, and we were still bringing through talent at the same time. It was a good balance. I wonder if the balance is just a touch off at the moment. Nothing drastic. I wonder if it's just a touch off. Jared said, you tell them you put us before health. Yes, that's right. Marks first. That's going to be my new shirt. That's my new shirt design. Marks first. Is it because talent think NXT is developmental and that's why they chose to not do it, said Nathan. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of fans that feel that way. There's a lot of fans that think going to NXT is like a disrespect. I really push back against that because, again, that list of names that I gave you, and you can include Kevin Steen in that, you know, you can include Seth Rollins in that, you know, Tyler Black. We had a lot of people that came in from like Ring of Honor that were fantastic indie wrestlers with great followings that went to NXT first. And it's not about learning how to wrestle. We keep having this conversation. We're not going to have it again. It covers so many more facets than just that, you know? So I'm not... maybe there are some that kind of like, I don't need NXT. Like, maybe there are some that way. But I would hope not. I would hope that really wrestlers would be feeling like NXT, it would be good for them to help NXT. But also NXT can be helpful to them. I mean, having like, if you get a new job at a company, you go into like, you know, your induction. And you might have come from a different company as well, but you go into a probation period where there's like 6 months of, if it doesn't work, we can sort of terminate, right? And we've got the option to do that. So I don't know how it works in America, but there's a probation period where you have to kind of, when people start, give them regular feedback and let them know if they need to change anything. And you've got the option at that point to say, look, I need you to fix this. If you don't, then we might have to part ways. And you can do that quite comfortably within that probation period. Once you sign off probation, it's a lot harder to sort of get rid of people if they're underperforming, because that underperformance should have shown itself by that point, right? And not only that, but people need to understand the expectations. They need to, like, you know, kind of work within the system as part of the team. They might have come from another company that does something very similar, but your place is going to have its quirks, its differences. And WWE is absolutely in that bracket. I mean, you can work for AEW and work for Tony Khan, but you can't tell me that working for WWE is not going to be a different experience. You might know how to wrestle, but the expectations are going to be completely different. You know, in AEW, like, they're a lot more focused on the match quality, whereas in WWE, it's more about the building you as a star. You know, your entrance, the posing, the keeping the crowd engaged, like kind of the, you know, you think about that for Rio, and you think about that for Oba. And you look at what they've got Danhausen doing, and, you know, you can kind of see like how these elements are so important to WWE. You might be a great wrestler, but have you got the right presentation? Have you got a good catchphrase? Have you got like a mannerism or an emote that people in the crowd can copy? What are people going to be chanting when you come out? What are the fan signs going to say? Like, if you just think, oh, I can get in there and I'm a great wrestler, and you think that's going to be enough, then, well, I just don't think you understand wrestling, to be honest. I don't think you understand WWE. These are all the elements that, you know, why not spend 6 months in NXT and just kind of really work on that and focus on that and explore that and have room to breathe? I mean, if I was a wrestler, I would want to go to NXT. Why would you not want to work with Sean and just be around him all the time, picking his brain? And we've seen how great of a job those trainers do. I mean, they took Tiffany from nothing to, where she is now. They took Lash Legend from nothing to where she is now. They took a Trick Williams that had very, very limited indie wrestling experience. I mean, according to Cage Match, he had no indie wrestling experience. But then a clip came out of him on an indie show. So to my knowledge, he had a few indie matches first, but he's basically next in line, yeah? Next in line talent. These trainers are able to take people that don't have anything and they're able to make them main roster stars. So if you've already got great wrestling and a great following, what can they do for you? What little things can they give you? What tweaks can be made? How can they help you? I mean, why would you? It's like a free education. 6 months where you just get this free, intensive education where you get to really have a breather. You get to, you're not having to worry about carrying a company. You're on NXT, right? The pressure should be a bit lighter. And so you can work with Sean, you can work with the trainers, you can work on your catchphrases, work on your mannerisms, work on keeping the crowd engaged. Everyone's got weaknesses. What are yours? What are you doing to fix it? And whilst we're doing that for you, your star power can help us and can help NXT. It's just win-win, isn't it? So yeah, I don't really get that viewpoint of like NXT is developmental and you shouldn't be going there. I feel the exact opposite. You've got AEW who have Ring of Honor and NWA who have a working relationship with New Japan. It's a fractured market out there. There are all these alliances, yes. And these alliances are interesting. I can't say they're good or bad for wrestling. I don't quite know. I think there's pros and cons. I mean, I think it's a shame that talent that are in certain promotions, we can't work with them. Like we can't work with New Japan talent, which is such a shame because I think there's some amazing New Japan talent that I'd love to see WWE work with. And so that feels like a real, negative. But equally, it's obviously a real positive for AEW and seemingly for New Japan because New Japan have got easy access to America. AEW have got easy access to Japan. There's lots of kind of cross-brand opportunities. And so, there's obviously a lot of positive elements there for them, but it does lock others out. But that's exactly what we're doing with TNA. I think a lot of the moves that happen in WWE and in wrestling right now are largely around trying to outmaneuver your rival. I think a lot of what happens, like the AAA deal, the relationship with AEW, if the relationship with TNA, sorry. I think if AEW wasn't around, I'm not sure that we'd be making these moves. I'm not sure that this is what we would be doing. I do wonder how WWE would be operating if AEW wasn't around. I do feel like it would be different. Hard to put your finger on exactly what would be different, but I do think a lot of the decisions that are made so that we can outmaneuver AEW. Uncle Revel said, I saw Montez in the position that Trick's in now. Where did we drop the ball with Montez? He can still do it, but he's being leapfrogged. Well, I mean, I wonder if they spoke to him, and this is just me theorizing, wondering. I wonder if they spoke to him and said, we have got plans for you. We would like to break up the Street Profits, and we want to move with you as a solo star. And we know that Montez is a very religious man. I mean, he posts God is great all the time. I think he's a very religious man. I think he's a very good man, like seriously a good man, a good person. And I wonder if the thought of leaving Angelo Dawkins and, kind of just worrying about yourself and whatever happens to Dawkins happens to Dawkins. I wonder if that was a bit of a weight that he could not bring himself to carry, you know? He doesn't want to leave his brother, you know? He doesn't, because, I don't know, man. I mean, people have always said that Dawkins is... He's got a bit of size to him, but he's not big enough to be like a Brock or anything like that, right? I mean, he gives you vibes, shades of Top Dollar. No disrespect, but that's the sort of vibe that you get from him, is that he's a big guy, but he's not big enough where he's going to really stand out if he's a solo star. Moveset-wise, okay, but I don't think there's anything too exciting there. I think he works well with Montez in the tag team. I mean, I'm not down on Angelo Dawkins, but I think the general consensus is people are worried that Dawkins would struggle. You know, Dawkins, I think, is seen as the Marty Jannetty of that group. I mean, you're rightfully saying that Montez, you know, could have shined. He's always been the more eye-catching, more impressive, wrestler. I just find myself wondering why we never split the profits. Why did the profits go for as long as they went? WWE doesn't massively care about tag wrestling. And we did put Montez into an elimination chamber. We had to look at that. I would not be shocked to find out there was conversations and Montez just couldn't bring himself to sort of leave Dawkins. And, you know, just now he's just trapped, isn't he? I mean, what do you do? What do you do? What does he do? I mean, if he was to leave the profits and then Dawkins got released, I think that would eat him up inside, genuinely. I really get that vibe from him. I think he's all about helping your fellow man. I think he's a proper religious person. He's all about being there for your neighbor and all that stuff. I think he's a good soul. I don't think that he's got that ruthless out for myself that you might actually need to sort of, you know, I'm going to look after me. I'm going to do what's right for me. Wrestling is a dog-eat-dog business. You are in competition with all your other fellow wrestlers. Yeah, they're your friends. But let's not pretend like, you know, everyone wants to main event WrestleMania. There's only ever going to be one person, two people that are going to do it, yeah? So professional jealousy is a thing, you know? People are obviously see others getting success. I mean, it must be hard for The Miz. The Miz, I saw an interview with him earlier, and he was saying, like, man, we've got so much great talent at the moment. There's people that are really shining right now that have stepped up, but, you know, they're taking his spot. The Miz is now struggling. This was a guy that main evented WrestleMania 27. This is a guy that's been ever present on WWE TV under Vince. He's now struggling to get on TV, and he's certainly struggling to get onto... It feels like he's nowhere near a WrestleMania card. And again, you know, you think of all the matches the Miz has had at WrestleMania over the years, be it in the tag division or that mixed tag match against John Cena and Nikki Bella, or main event in WrestleMania 27. Like, you can think of all the stuff the Miz has done over there. He just cannot get the TV time under Triple H. And this is someone that's always done what's been asked and, you know, had a very rough beginning in WWE, of course. And I would imagine he's looking at the people that are coming up now, like a Trick and an Elia and a Carmelo and all these people, Danhausen that's coming. And, you know, these people taking his TV time. He is not getting any time now because they're getting it. So, but again, you can't allow that to destroy you, can it? You can't allow that would eat you alive. I think there's probably a lot of wrestlers that have dwelled on that and not used it as motivation to, you know, change or evolve or whatever, but actually just been so consumed by it that you know, it kind of turns into something quite toxic. So, and I feel a bit like I'm sorry for Montez, because I feel sorry for him that he's probably in this situation where I think there probably were opportunities. And I think they probably did want to take a look at him. I do just wonder if he couldn't break away from Dawkins. Just a theory. I've never heard anything. But just a theory, because I cannot tell you as to why we wouldn't have took him out of the Street Profits. I think you look at how little we've had for them creatively in recent years. Doesn't feel like an essential team. Doesn't feel like a team that, oh, wow, we can't break up the Street Profits. Doesn't feel like that to me. And I agree. I mean, it feels like the boat has passed now, where you look at someone like Carmelo, and you look at someone like Javon. That's where I've got Montez. That kind of in-ring, fast-paced, kind of like, not loads of flips, a bit more like Carmelo, you know, kind of just frog splashing and jumping off the ropes to do a crossbody or those kind of attacks, suicide dive. We know that Montez likes to go over that corner ring post to the outside. I mean, I bench him as like a Carmelo Hayes. I feel like there's a few of those talents that are around now, and I would agree with you. It feels like it's kind of passed us by, but that wasn't the case going back 3-4 years ago. So, and I do remember us having a little look at him in Elimination Chamber. So, yeah, I do wonder if there's something to that. Lumion, shout out to you, buds. Lumion says, Days, thank you, by the way. Appreciate the support. I will try and get to these comments as well. Lumion said, Days, with Sami winning the US title, they might be turning fans on Sami. If they want him to win the WWE title at next Mania, do we think they're doing a Johnny story from 2019 where he was a heel and he was chasing the NXT title? Interesting. Lumion, thank you. I think Sami is someone that they have really struggled to get the connection with the audience. He always feels like the bridesmaid, and very rarely has he felt like the bride. You can probably make the argument there was a window when he came out of the Bloodline, and that was about it. I think that Sami is really interesting because I don't think the numbers are really there for Sami. We talk a lot about how the metrics decide who they want to invest in, right? I think with Sami, the numbers have probably flickered at times, certainly during that Bloodline period. But rest of the time, I can't really make an argument that Sami's going to be getting crazy video views or Google searches. In fact, we can even look at it because it's been a while since we looked at like the Google Trends thing. And we did it before, and it was actually really interesting. So we can have a little look at it again. If we jump over and just search Sami Zayn and have a little look. Change that to worldwide and change it to, I don't know, let's go the past year, 12 months, web searches. Okay, so there's Sami. If we benchmark it against Cody Rhodes. Okay, so we can see that Sami has got a score. I don't know quite what it means, but it's a score of 3. Cody Rhodes has got a score of 20. I mean, for me, if you want to be kind of going after a title, then, you know, you need to be kind of around that level. But, I mean, over the past 12 months, look at that for a difference. Now, granted, we got a big spike here last year. That's going to be WrestleMania, isn't it? So, massive spike there for Cody. If we were to remove that because it was WrestleMania, you can see this red line is still consistently above the Sami line. I'm guessing that is going to be SummerSlam. So we can see real spikes for Cody at Mania and at SummerSlam. That's probably, is that January maybe? Going into kind of the Drew feud as we go into the title change at the start of the year. So I'm guessing that's the Drew feuds. And then you've got SummerSlam and you've got WrestleMania. And then you've got this line here, right? So I think for me, if we're going to go with Sami, I think that the numbers probably right now say is not the right person. I wonder if they're trying to see if they can move those numbers and influence those numbers. And they're going to try a few things to try and do that, right? I think they would like for Sami to get there because, I mean, it works for Saudi Arabia. And also, I think you've got someone that's done everything that's been asked of him, and he's been on the main roster like 11 years. He's done everything you can do. I mean, he's never won a Rumble, for example, right? I don't think he's ever won King of the Ring. But in regards to, you know, he's been at WrestleManias, he's headlined WrestleMania, we put him in the Bloodline, he's been a solo guy, he's been in tag team, been a tag team champ, he's won the mid-card belts. You know, I mean, we've done a lot in that time period. So it's one of those where it's like, I think they would like to get him there. I think it does work for next year. And I think that he's someone that they can see gives his all. You know, he cuts very passionate promos, is good in matches. And I think, yeah, they would like to try and get him there. But the honest truth is, unless that number gets closer to where the big guys are, that ain't good enough. I mean, you just can't put the belt on him right now because you've just got the same problem that you've got with like an LA Knight. I think the LA Knight should be higher, but let's have a look. LA Knight 12. That's better, isn't it? So LA Knight over the past 12 months, a couple of periods where he's gone ahead of Cody on web searches. You can see where they are at the moment, though. Cody, but obviously Cody's in that feud with Randy, so the booking obviously helps. But you can see, take those spikes out. It's a bit closer, actually, with Cody and LA Knight. So the argument of LA Knight winning that championship feels stronger. And actually, I would say that probably feels right, doesn't it? If you was to say to me right now, who's more likely to win the championship this year? Is it Sami or is it LA Knight? I would say LA Knight. He feels like he's getting bigger reactions. It feels like there's a bit more support there for him. Sami's reactions are always a little muted. Doesn't feel like there's much momentum. I think Sami had good periods. I mean, it's not showing in the numbers, but it felt like he was doing well with that open challenge. But again, was it around here? I don't know. I mean, it was post SummerSlam, wasn't it? So I don't know. Perhaps it is around this period here where there's a little tiny uptick. But it felt like, I mean, you can see that line. It's pretty flat. And this is only one metric, of course, but it's probably a decent indicator. So Cody, that's the Cody level. Again, people are always surprised why Cody always around the main events. Well, these are the sort of numbers. You know, that's Cody, that's LA Knight, that's Sami Zayn, right? If we have a look at Roman, I mean, Roman should be top dog. Roman should be the benchmark. Roman should be 30 odds. Okay, well, it's changed it because it's changed all the numbers to fit Roman in. Look at that, though. Blimey now. I mean, the green line there. Poof. So here we've got Roman at 19, and then there's Cody at 11. So on this new scale, we've got Cody in like, you can see how far behind Cody is to Roman. But that spike there, I mean, that must be like the return of Roman. That would have been over a chunk of time, though, wouldn't it? So that must be where Roman's back, and that must cover like a few weeks there, because that is July to October. So that there must cover at least a few weeks. So I'm guessing, I don't know what time, I don't know when that is. Not sure what we were doing at this bit here. I can't even quite... Is that like November, December? Are we looking at like Survivor Series there? I think we must be looking at like Survivor Series. But either way, you can see big lead for Roman when it comes to these numbers. This is where the top guys are. You know? Again, we can add CM Punk into it. I'd expect him to be around 11, maybe 10. 11. Yeah. You can sort of figure it out. You know, I mean, there he is, 11, in line with Cody, but well behind Roman. Roman just is the outright leader, you know. And then LA Knight on 7 and Sami down on 2. Tell you what would be interesting to look at, Oba right now. Let's see what kind of impact Oba's had. I expect it to be low, but yeah, where is that? the colors are a bit off. Probably would be helpful to lose a couple of these, wouldn't it? Oh. If you hover over it, you can see the uptick. So this is where he's in NXT. Guessing this is where he is then coming to the main roster. Maybe that's the Rumble. And now we can see that we're really starting to kind of tick up now that we're doing the Brock thing, yeah? So he's at 2 at the moment. According to the past 12 months, he is in line with Sami for web searches. So he's in line with Sami, but you've got to think Oba's been in NXT for the majority of that time, and that gets much less attention. So, I mean, it's obviously great. It's looking very good for him. According to this right now, he is actually tracking above LA Knight. He's below Roman and Cody, but he is above Sami and LA Knight. But LA Knight doesn't have anything for Mania, does he? I mean, you can see the LA Knight line that dips down. So LA Knight hasn't got anything for Mania. And so he's kind of a bit flat on Google searches at the moment. Oba is above LA, as you would imagine, because he's in a match with Brock. And he's in quite a healthy spot. And his line is pretty dead until it gets to here, where he's coming into the main roster. That's December-ish, I want to say. Because there's 2026. That must be like when he had the match with Cody on John Cena's last show. So I'm guessing that's what that bump is. And then this is him coming to the main roster. That might be the Rumble. And now this is the build to WrestleMania. So, I mean, look, this is not an exact science. We have looked at these before and people have gone, well, it's not very fair because blah, 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 you know. I mean, you can tweak this. You can go bigger. I mean, that's the past year. You can go back to the past 5 years, kind of get data that way. If you go that way, you can see the lead that Roman gets then. You can see that Punk and Cody still stay the same, actually. But you can still see that Sami and LA Knight are, you know, below that. But it's just a rough indicator as to how much engagement each of these wrestlers enjoy, you know? And again, I think it makes it a bit easier to understand that you get to WrestleMania season and you have to figure out, right, who am I going to use in my big matches? Who needs to be on the card? And of course, you know, I mean, looking at these numbers, you'd want that person and these two people to kind of be in key. It doesn't really matter even who they are. It's just the engagement shows that these guys are being searched for more than these guys down here. And so that's how you end up with a lot of the same names being in those big matches. It is a balance, though, because rightfully, you know, you can't just keep using the same names. Eventually they will retire and then you're in a problem, aren't you? So you have to still be trying to grow those that are coming through. And so, you know, you do have to kind of give your LA Knights a chance. You do have to give your Gunthers a chance and your Obers a chance and try and grow these numbers. But I mean, before you actually pull the trigger and actually go, yeah, I'm going to put the belt on them, you probably have to justify it in the sense of, for example, if I put the belt on Sami, right? If I just put the belt on him, I reckon I could triple that. Yeah. I reckon the Google searches, merch sales, I predict that will 3x. Well, that still only gets me to 9. If I 3x that, it gets me to 9. At the moment, he's on 17 and he's on 40. So if I 3x that, it gets me to 9. If I go with LA Knight and 3x it, that gets me to 21. So if I can 3x LA Knight, that gets me to 21. That takes him above these guys. So this is where you'd have those kind of conversations where it's like, who do I want to get behind? What's my projection for if I invest in that person? What do I think the number becomes? And that's kind of like what you would do in business as well. You know, if you're running a business, running a store, like I've got a new line, we keep selling out of it, so the numbers are low. But if I was to produce more, I think I could achieve this. So you give it a go, you see what the results are, you then benchmark it to the other things. Did it work? Is there anything you can tweak? Blah, 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 blah. But this is some of the data that, like, we don't ever look at, you know? I think it's interesting. you will get people going, that's not fair. If you look at 5 years, such and such was injured. They're not going to have been around, so they're not going to have, you know, you're always going to have those kinds of things that you're going to have to factor in, you know? You're always going to have, like, yes, but, you know, what about this? What about that? Just as, like, a big overview, just as, like, a big picture, you know, that would be one thing. Then, of course, you'd look at merch sales. Then you'd look at YouTube video views, and you kind of look at it all to get a bit of an idea as to who's the right person that we need to get behind. What is it that the fan base is telling us is the direction to go? This is why, like, when you've got people online in the IWC complaining or something, it's worth looking at, but you might have some bigger data that gives you a much better idea as to what the right direction is to travel, you know? It's. I know that's the right way to go. The numbers tell me that. Just because there's a few people online saying that, you know, it's wrong. Yeah, I'll look at that, and it's something to bear in mind. But I've got enough data here that tells me that actually they're wrong, and this feels like the right way forwards. So it's very interesting when you kind of dig into those kind of numbers. Big Time said, we discussed how Tiffany has shown everything she's got to offer, and she was called up before being a finished product. Are we now seeing in real time signs of regression? How would they fix this? Well, I think that we're facing some challenges we've not really faced before, because the Next In Line program is quite new. So we're not really used to, and I can't really give you many examples of, us having gone and got people that didn't know how to wrestle and just training them from scratch. I can't really give you many examples of that in Black and Gold. And I actually think Black and Gold was stronger than the current NXT because we was getting a lot of indie wrestlers, right? The thing is, Black and Gold, we didn't have to compete with AEW. I mean, if you think about all the great talent that AEW have managed to get, right? They've managed to pick up a lot of good indie talent and a lot of good New Japan talent. And they've managed to get some great names out of TNA as well. I mean, Speedball Mike Bailey, for example. I don't know how he's doing, but I saw a few of his matches stone out of MLW. They got MJF out of MLW. So, you know, if AEW hadn't started in 2019, I don't think it's crazy to think that a good chunk of those names would have found their way to WWE, would have found their way to NXT. Could you imagine what NXT would be like without AEW? I mean, wow. You know, we might have the likes of Harley Cameron. We might have the likes of Kyle Fletcher. I don't know. I don't know who we would have had out of that group, but we definitely would have had some. And that is kind of what Black and Gold was like back in the day. It was like this amazing talent that was pretty experienced and pretty well seasoned. I think the reputation of NXT has declined because we have to work so much harder at training in-house now, and we didn't do that before. So a lot of people look at NXT now as being not this kind of reception place for great talent, not this welcome to WWE place, but more, oh, that's where they take people and train them from scratch. And that is definitely something that we do now that we didn't really do before. It's definitely something that we do now. But yeah, that is something NXT does. But it's just one thing that NXT does. But I think that we are facing some new challenges we haven't really faced before. I can't give you loads of examples of people that we just trained from scratch, from zero. Not talent that was meant to be putting on great matches. I mean, back in the day, you had the Divas. I mean, we just shoved Eva Marie on the main roster. You know, we had the Divas search, and the women matches were horrific, as we know, right? A lot of those women's matches were untrained girls that just would get in there and pull each other's hair, right? But they weren't meant to be having great matches. Whereas now, you know, we're trying to train actual wrestlers. So I think that there is something in AJ Styles actually being at Raw, at SmackDown, and actually working with talent and having talent go to see him if there are issues, you know? I mean, if you've got someone on the main roster like Tiffany who has stalled, why is it that she should go out her way to go to Natty's dungeon? Why is Natty's dungeon a place that Maxine wants to go to? Why is it that, you know, the wrestlers, if they want that extra work, have to take it upon themselves? Why is there not an official WWE class support for your Maxines, your Ivy Niles, well, anyone, your Tiffany's, your Jades, your Nias, your Lash Legends, you know, anyone that needs that support? Why is it that they have to go to the dungeon? Why is it that they have to go to, I don't know, Black and Brave or whatever it's called? Why is it they have to go to other wrestlers' training schools to get some work in? Why is there not an official WWE main roster support program? It just feels like, and maybe there is something that I'm not aware of, but it just feels like when you get to the main roster, sink or swim. Good luck. If it's not working out, it's on you to figure it out. Yeah, we pay you money to be an amazing wrestler, to be the best you can. You get paid a lot of money to do that. It's not our responsibility to hold your hand. You've got to work that out yourself. Some people would say, yep, that's how it should be. But I would say, I don't think that is the best way of getting the most out of your talent. I think that actually you're letting the talent down if you're not giving them better support. And I think some of that support could be that, you know, certain wrestlers get told they need to go and see AJ Styles. He will, you know, him with a couple of other people will sit down with you, look at your match, see how you're thinking, feeling, and, you know, kind of work with you and actually improve that standard. I think for me, anyone can be a scout and can go to the indies and try and find great talent, right? I'd like to think that we could go to the indies and spot if someone is good or bad, right? If someone's showing promise or not showing promise. I don't think you need an AJ Styles to really do that. We couldn't sit down and, you know, necessarily help Tiffany improve. We could give her advice. We could go, I like this, I'm not sure about this. But certainly there's going to be a lot more that AJ could feedback. There's going to be a lot more that AJ can say, well, look, I think instead of that move, you should do this move. Have you thought about bringing in this sequence? You've executed that move wrong, which then means it doesn't go into this move correctly. So actually the mistake in that move occurred in the move before. If you'd have landed that one better, you would have been set up for this one better. You know, he can break it down into that kind of detail. And I think that for me is where AJ should be positioned in the company. I don't think he should be out going to indie shows on his own, just traveling around trying to find talent. I think anyone can do that. I don't think that needs AJ Styles. William Regal was doing it for a time, you know. I mean, we can find that can be a spot for anyone. But for AJ Styles, who was one of the best wrestlers of his generation, I'd feel a lot better if he was working with talent and improving their in-ring skills. I think that support there on the main roster, I really question if it's right. And I really do wonder if there's something there that needs to be tightened. So, yeah, there's a challenge there. I don't know who... You see, it's interesting because it's not really Triple H's because it's not creative. It's not, you know, he just worries about the show that he's putting on. He's not really in charge of like developing the talent. He just uses the talent he's got. And if they're not good enough, well, I'll use someone else. So who is there to come up with the suggestion of, I think we need this? I mean, if it falls on Nick Khan, I think it's a grey area, honestly. Who's in charge? I suppose is it talent relations? They're backstage. If you've got a problem, you go to talent relations, right? But like, who's responsible for going to Nick Khan going, listen, I think we need better training for the main roster. They need a better support. I don't know. I don't know whose remit that is. It does feel to me like there's an issue there. So I would like to see AJ do that. I think as we've gotten more next in line talent coming through, I think some of these limitations are just going to continue showing themselves. Obviously, the lack of house shows, as we know, is a big problem as well, because we could be working on some stuff if we had house shows, and that would be a great way of trying some stuff and getting, a few new moves kind of chucked in, whatever. But we'll have to see. Kind of, I feel like structurally there is some stuff that needs to be worked out, and most people would say the starting point is the lack of house shows. We need to get more live events. Again, I mean, to be honest with you, no one has been looking at that. Whose role was it to kind of be focused on that? It took the wrestlers and the lack of poor performance. We had to hit the iceberg first before someone went, oh, do you reckon this is a problem? And now a load of wrestlers are like, yes, this is a problem, But we had to hit the iceberg first. I wonder if the same is true with support on the main roster. It's just not good enough. And we've got to consistently have bad performances, bad matches, have to show the limitations before someone realizes that that's an area that needs improving. Food for thought. How have I only now just known that Bron is cleared to compete, but WWE didn't want to rush the feuds, says Luro. Oh, I don't know, because I heard earlier that he had not been cleared. So are they saying now that he was cleared, but they just didn't want to rush it? The report earlier that I read was that he hadn't been cleared. Days, it's a double-edged sword because wrestlers enjoy the light schedule and getting paid the same. WWE should pay wrestling schools like Flatback and Lodestone, Black and Brave to do training and reps. This is the problem if you're going to leave it to the wrestlers themselves, because there will be some, not all, that are going to be quite happy just collecting the check. I'm going to go out there, do the best I can. You can give me whatever feedback you want after the match. I'll see you next week. You got to remember we're dealing with a lot of youngsters as well. I think, a lot of us don't make the best decisions when we're in our early to mid-20s, right? So, and again, you think about athletes in sport and some of the bad decisions they make when they're getting paid a lot of money, right? There's obviously a lot of stupids, drinking sessions and all this, and I'm sure the exact same thing is true in wrestling. We've heard many stories of, nights out and going to bars and all this stuff, right? So, I mean, we're not dealing with people that are making the wisest decisions all the time. We're dealing with, kids that are getting a load of money that need some guidance and support. And I do really question if that's there. And if you're going to leave it to their own devices, leave them to their own devices. Some of them are going to be led astray and they're going to make the wrong choices. Instead of going to wrestling school and training even hard, rather than seeing getting called to the main roster as the start of your journey, some people get there and go, I've made it. I heard, I can't remember who said it, but I remember reading someone say, you wouldn't believe the amount of people that I've spoken to that have been released from WWE that have said, I wish I'd made more of my opportunity. I wish I could give you the name of the person so that you could go and check that quote for yourself. But I read so much stuff. There was someone that said, you wouldn't believe, I get so many messages from people that are no longer with the company that say, I wish I'd made more of my opportunity. Triple H as well, in an interview with, I want to say, Andrew Schwartz around last year's WrestleMania, said you wouldn't believe the amount of people that get called up and then just stop putting in the same effort they did in NXT. The amount of people that get called up and start to get a bit lazy with the amount of like gym time they'd go to. Like, there is a lot of people that see getting called to the main roster as, I've made it. Everything has led me to this, and I'm there. I've signed my contracts. I'm at the big time. Really, the mindset should be, this is when the real work starts, because everything you're going to be remembered for is largely going to go down on the main roster. And if you want to realize your dreams and you want to be at WrestleMania, you want to headline WrestleMania, you want to be a big player, you want to sell merch, you want to get numbers, really the moment you get called up is when it's time to really get to work. Everything you've done to this point has been training. Everything you've done to this point has just been practice. Now it's time for serious work. This is where you put everything you've learned into practice. And it's where, you know, you really kind of get your head down. And I'm not sure that's a view that is shared by every wrestler. You know, I think there are some mistakes. So this is where I think when you leave wrestlers to their own devices, some will make good decisions and some are going to, like life, make some bad decisions. And that's life, isn't it? That's understandable. But WWE has got a responsibility, in my view, to try and help as many of their wrestlers that they're paying a lot of money to help them as much as they can. I would love to get some information as to what that support looks like right now. Maybe it's great. Maybe I just am in the dark. I mean, I'm not there, am I? So, I mean, perhaps it's fantastic, but I can't say I've seen anything to suggest that's the case. Days, hello. I think we should have had The Rock hosting WrestleMania 42, said Jamie. Jamie, hello, buds. I don't know if he's available, buds. He might be doing some sort of film project. So I think they would love The Rock if they could get him. And who knows? I mean, he could be there. He could be a surprise. They might have something else planned. But it's probably just as likely that he's a bit too busy. Sonny said, reminder, Days will be in the Discord tomorrow. Yes, I will be in the Discord. I'll be in the Discord the hour after Evolve finishes. I'll have to try and make sure I can sign in, actually, and double check that I can get in, because I haven't been in since the last time I was in with Sonny and the community. Salaria said, do they still do house shows? I thought they were not doing any. No, they do, but they do them in clusters. So they tend to do them. I'd imagine there'll be some on the road to WrestleMania, actually. They did a European tour. So they did a European tour, and obviously that had a lot of house shows on it. Right now, I don't think there's any. I'm just looking, actually. If you go to WWE and go to tickets, right, you can see that we've got SmackDown, Stand and Deliver, Raw, an NXT live event, SmackDown, NXT Live, AAA, Raw. So this is what we've got coming up, and look, you can get the tickets for it, right? So if you go down, scroll down, here's more in April, blah, 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 blah. No sign of any house shows or live events, right? Lots of NXT lives, though, that you can buy tickets for, and I really do recommend going to an NXT live event. They are very, very fun. If you come down to June, then you can see, look, European Summer Tour. So these are live shows. These are live events. Normally we have, like, I can't remember what they used to call it, like Sunday Slam, Saturday Showdown, or whatever. They had a name for the Saturday show and the Sunday show. But yeah, there's obviously no ticket information here. So, and it's not just what's in my area, because that's in Houston, that's in, I don't even know where that is, New York. That one's in San Jose. That one's in New York. That one's in Plymouth, Massachusetts. So, you know, this is it. The closest to me is June 22nd. They're going to be in London. So, I don't know why it says Bournemouth, because I'm nowhere near Bournemouth. But London is the closest for me. That's going to be Raw. So, which I'm not going to. We'll be doing the watch along for it. But yeah, these are all the things that are coming up you can get tickets for. And as you can see, there's just not really any live events that are scheduled. There is Saturday night's main event. And then we do have the house shows that are the European tour. So there are tours that they do where they do house shows. But the truth is, house shows were just not making them. I think they were losing money, honestly. I think they lost money on house shows. And so it just wasn't worth it. Like, they might as well just give the wrestlers the time off. There can be injuries on house shows, and we've seen that many times. So, the risk of injury increases. The money being generated did not cover the cost of actually running the house shows. A lot of those live events lost money. And so the decision was made to we don't need them. Financially, they're not doing anything for us, so we don't need them, so we'll sack them off. The downsides are you've got a lot of fans now that would go and see WWE. And of course, if you go and watch a WWE show, you're more engaged in the product. I mean, chances are you're not going to go to a live event, watch it live, and then just not watch the show. Chances are you're going to go, hopefully have a great time, and watch the program, right? If you're not doing as many live events, some of those people are now doing other things. They're going to other shows. Their interest is going elsewhere. So I think there's a little bit in engagement, right? It's always great if they come into your area and you can go. I mean, if you're a kid, you're going to be telling all your friends about it at school, aren't you? I'm going to the wrestling next week. I'm going to the wrestling tonight, blah, 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 right? All of that gets lost. There's none of that now because there is no house shows. They're not coming to your area. And even if they are, you might have to pay crazy amount to go to Raw or SmackDown, and your parents just might not be able to afford it. So you've got kids that are now not going to the shows, not talking about it, and you're missing out on engagement, that general buzz, that kind of connection with your audience. But not only that, as we know, the wrestlers just aren't getting the reps in. So, these businesses, they look at the bottom line, they look at the finances. It obviously decides a lot of, what are we going to do? Sometimes they don't look at the bigger picture. And, I think they did lose a lot by losing house shows. But I do get it. I understand why they got rid of them. And I can understand the kind of injury angle as well. You do always risk injury. And we've seen some horrible injuries at house shows. We've seen Paige took a big injury at a house show against Sasha, and that's why she ended up retiring. So, I mean, we've seen injuries at house shows that have borderline ended careers. So, every time you step in the ring, it's a risk. So, there were reasons as to why they got rid of them, but it's one of those, isn't it? Pros and cons. I think if The Rock hosted WrestleMania, in storyline, we would do Punk Roman and he could be part of it, says Jamie. Wrestler Danny said, do we think they're going to do a WWE pay-per-view in the UK this year? Well, Italy was the one that was rumoured, wasn't it? Italy was the one that was rumoured. So it kind of felt like Europe had been ticked off. I don't know. I mean, we don't know what's happening with the Saudi shows. UK is always a great option because it's a very dedicated fan base. I mean, you can run a show in the UK and it's going to do decent numbers, right? It's always good to kind of run the UK. It's a fallback. It's a fail-safe. You're always going to do well in the UK. So at the moment, there's no rumour of one. Not one that I'm aware of. I'm trying to think if we heard of a rumour of... Did I hear a rumour of Wales at any point? I can't remember. I don't think so. I feel like Ireland deserves one. I feel like Ireland, to my knowledge, has not had one. So I would like to see it go to Ireland more than the UK. They come over quite a lot whenever there's one in the UK, but actually giving one to Ireland I think would be great. So... I don't know. I've not heard any rumour of one this year, but it just feels like we're always in the run-in now for one. Like, if we don't get one this year, I'll feel pretty good about us getting one next year or the year after. It feels like WWE are making a real effort when it comes to Europe. And obviously we've seen Germany and everyone get one recently. But, the UK's still been eating well. I mean, we had Clash in the Castle twice. We had Money in the Bank. So, we've been eating good. No complaints. No complaints from us. We're grateful for whatever crumbs get thrown in our direction. Big Time said, Days Bailey said she's stunned at how many wrestlers immediately leave the arenas instead of sitting in Gorilla and watching matches. Do you know, that's the kind of thing, though, that NXT should teach as well. NXT should teach wrestlers a bit about the etiquette, because if the general etiquette is you are expected to stay and watch the show and learn from other matches, that should be something that is taught at NXT and, is then kind of, put in place. That would say to me that there's not really maybe it was something that was taught to Bailey and that generation, the black and gold generation. Maybe it was taught, or maybe it's just something she's always done herself. But it certainly says to me it's not taught right now. It's not an expectation they have on the roster right now. Which, again, all this stuff I think is a shame. If you was to say to the average person, the average, you can be a wrestler on the main roster, I mean, I feel like we would do whatever it took. Do you know what I mean? I feel like most of us would, of course, we would stay and watch the rest of the show. Of course we would. I bet it is different if you're in that spot, I bet it's easy to sit here and say, yes, of course we would. Maybe if you're in the spot, it's different. But I don't know. It's hard for us as fans. It's hard for me as a fan to sort of get my head around how you wouldn't just do whatever you could to learn and to make it work. This is why when people are praising Jelly Roll for putting work in, or they're praising Maxine for putting work in, I struggle with it. I really struggle with that, because I just sort of see that as the expectation. You're getting paid a great amount of money to wrestle and compete in front of a live audience on Raw, on SmackDown, at WrestleMania, at SummerSlam, and I'm meant to applaud you because you're working hard. Like, it's just so stupid to me. Of course you're working hard. Everyone should be working hard. Like, you're living the absolute dream. Like, there are so many people that would love to be in that position. That, how is that a talking point? How is that something that we applaud? How is that something that we're meant to respect? I mean, the alternative is they don't work hard. And if they don't work hard, well, then the internet would blast them for being lazy. It's weird, isn't it? Anyone else think this is weird? It's either we praise them and it's like amazing, respect, they put so much work in, this is so cool. Or, no, it's a disgrace. I mean, where's the thing in the middle? Where's the middle line? Where it's like, yeah, that's right. That's how it should be. To me, working hard is how it should be. That's what I expect. I expect these people that are being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, to be working hard. And, many of them are. I have no doubt about that. Many of them are. But as you've got like people that are coming up from NXT, whatever, it seems like some of those youngsters, probably more youngsters, think they've made it, according to Triple H, who says that he has observed people maybe not putting in the same level of effort as when they were in NXT. Right. Jelly Roll potentially being on WrestleMania over LA Knight is baffling to me, said Alex. Well, it's celebrity, isn't it? I mean, this is something that we've been pointing out and calling out for a long, long time. I think there's a lot of wrestlers that get really annoyed by this, but obviously they can't publicly say anything about it. But the truth is, you can be there week in, week out, working hard, doing everything that's asked, and then a celebrity comes in and gets the spot at Mania and you're sat at home. And that must be really hard to take. That must be really challenging, really difficult. So, yeah, I know where I stand on celebrities in matches. We don't need to have that conversation. I know there's people that feel different. But I think the one thing we can agree is that it takes a spot away from a wrestler. We can agree on that at the very least. Matty O said, Days, big show. It's a go-home show. Who do we think will be the number one contender for the Women's Championship? Kendal or Lola? Well, I think it's tricky because we've had Kendal go for that belt at the start of the year and she fell short. I think she's an amazing talent. I would have no problem with her winning and then going after the belt. It would be a real passing of the torch to like the next generation, and I'd have no problem with it. But I don't know if her star power, and I don't know if her name recognition and her brand, I don't know if it's big enough yet. I don't know if it's big enough for that. Now, the women's champion doesn't really have to carry NXT. So you could make an argument that we could put the belt on her and it would be fine, right? It doesn't matter as much. But I don't know. I'd feel a bit more comfortable with putting it on Lola. Lola's been around for a few years. She's never won it. She's a good-looking girl. She's been doing work in AAA. I don't know that she's going to get called up anytime soon. I don't know that she goes up after WrestleMania. I feel like JC and Soul could. Lola, there's maybe a chance. But I'm fine with her getting the belt and having a run and actually trying to find a little something that's missing. I think we've done some stuff with her that's been good. I believe her striking and her kicks are very effective. I think her wrestling has really come on a lot since she first came in. She's a steady hand. I think that she strikes me as being quite intense. She strikes me as being quite focused. She strikes me as being quite tough. She doesn't strike me as being... I want to use the word fun. And I don't know if I'm going to regret that because she's always dancing. But even when she's dancing, it feels more performative. I sort of feel like, I don't know, man. There's something missing there. There's a warmth that's missing. I think she strikes me as a better heel than face because there is a warmth that's missing to Lola for me. I think she's very determined, very tough, very focused, very locked in. I think you have to be when you're like an MMA fighter, when you're someone that's got that sort of training regime and you're very single-minded, task-orientated, you know. I know that she'll do the dancing, but even then she can still come across as really like intense, even when she's doing that, you know. So I don't know. I feel like there's still something that needs to be found with Lola. I still feel like there's something missing. I don't feel like she would go up to the main roster as the finished article. I think I'd be interested in looking at a Lola championship run, giving her some live promos, working with her to try and find that sort of missing X factor. And just seeing where we could get to. That to me would be a more important project than putting the belt on Kendal. Because Kendall's a great talent, but she's young. She's only just arrived. She can absolutely have a women's mid-card title run. She can have tag title run. You know, I mean, her and Ren could get those women's championships, tag title championships. Those belts, I believe, can be defended in NXT. We've seen them defended in NXT before. And, you know, they could have a run with those at some point. I'm not saying now. I'm saying later in the year or something, right? The Ren QCC. I think there are things that she can do. There's things that we could have Kendal do. I don't know that she needs this belt. So I think from a booking point of view, I would probably be looking at putting it on Lola and trying to see if, you know how when JC got the belt, she sort of rose to the occasion. I think JC is in a much better place now than before she had her championship run, yeah? Kind of feels like it all clicked when we put the belt on her. I think I would be looking and hoping for the same for Lola Vice. And I don't mean that as a disrespect for Lola, because I hope it works out for Lola. I think she's a good-looking girl. I think she's improved. I think she's got a real upside to, you know, what she does. I think she's great, very marketable. It just feels like there's something missing to me. Maybe I'm alone in that. Perhaps you lot think she's fine and everything's great, and perhaps you feel like she's already the finished article. I just sense that there's, I don't know, I don't find myself rooting for her. I don't find myself, like, wanting to see her win. I don't find myself, like, caring about her like I do some of the other girls. I don't find myself, like, yeah. I mean, the crowd seem more engaged with, like, Jaida Parker, you know? Perhaps there's something in the fact that, I don't know, there's not, like, a chant for Lola. She's just always so intense and so determined, but that doesn't really breed a warmth. So I would want to be looking at stuff like that. That connection with the audience, I don't feel has been totally worked out at this stage. So I would go Lola. I'd have her win the title, and I would really look at that run as trying to kind of get a few of the areas that need looked at. Kendal can get it further down the road. I can't say that's what they're going to do, though. I mean, Kendal could win tonight. It could be they're so excited by her that they put the belt on her and we just unleash this amazing talent, right? But I don't see Kendal going to the main roster this year, maybe even next year. So I feel like I've got time to play with. I feel like I've got quite a bit of time. I don't feel the need to get the belt on her now. So I'm going to go Lola. I think NXT should bring in some main roster talent once in a while, said Humble Rumble. I think Maxine needs a lot of work, said Solaria. Her only wrestling for like 10 moves back to Raw when she gets better mic skills. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I feel a bit sorry for Maxine because we have a little bit of a go at her, but it's not really her that we're having a go at. I think there is like a standard that you need to reach to be at the main roster, and she's just not that standard. And for me, I don't get excited to see her matches. If it's a Maxine match, then, you know, it's probably going to get a fairly low score. That's going to obviously hurt the momentum of the show, the rating of the show. Like, Maxine is a bit of a problem because, as we said, if it's a Maxine segment, if it's a Maxine match in particular, I think it's going to disrupt the show. I think, you know, consistently now that's what it's done. Obviously, she's ever improving, but it just feels like there's a considerable way to go. And so if she was in NXT and she was out of the fire and she was in it's like a square peg in a round hole. Just put her in, you know, put her in the right place. And that is NXT. I mean, she got brought up with next to no training. She got brought up so that she could be the sort of mouthpiece for maximum male models. And she hadn't really done anything. If you look at Cage Match, I think her first match is on Raw. I don't think there's any NXT matches listed for her before she comes to the main roster. That's a horrible situation to be in, isn't it? You've got a girl that I think was a cheerleader that you're just, you know, working with, obviously, in the performance center, and you're putting her on Raw, and you're now going to get her to have matches in, like, arenas that hold 10,000 people. And you're going to, like, you know, being shown all around the world, and this is a girl that's just got no experience. Like, it's hard to not feel sorry for her. It's certainly not her fault, is it? I mean, I think we would all say yes if given that opportunity. And I think the wrestlers know of the predicament that she's in as well. And I think she's also a nice person. I genuinely believe she's like this lovely backstage person that's like really good and positive. And do you know what I mean? Just like a really good, nice person that people like spending time with. And I think this is where you get the wrestlers coming out, like, you know, passionately defending her, like you see from Chelsea and like Natty did back when they were not in storyline. But the truth is still the truth. isn't it? The truth is still the truth. Everyone is trying to make the best of a bad situation. So, again, it's no personal attack. I've got no interest in personally attacking wrestlers. I don't want to do that at all. And I'm not doing that here. But I think we all have to say she's not in the right place. She could be great in NXT if given that opportunity to just learn and just, you know, get regular TV time, regular TV matches. And that would be the right place for her. So, yeah, I'm in agreement. If the UK does get a Mania, would you go? It would only be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No, I wouldn't. I'd stream it with you guys. I'm not... I don't ever feel like I'm missing out, honestly. Like, there was one that I was interested in going to, which was Raw, when that was in Birmingham, because that room is the room that I first saw WWE. So the fact that last year in August Raw went there that's special. And I was sort of like, man, I could go. I've been to many house shows there, and I could watch the show, and it would be so special. And I was really, really tempted, but I didn't do it. I mean, it would mean me not streaming for a day, which is fine. I'm sure you guys would allow me a show to miss so that I could go to it. But yeah, I can't do it now. I've been doing this since 2018. Every Raw, every SmackDown, every PLE, I would be sat there going, well, it would just be so alien to me. I would be sat there just wondering what you lot were thinking about the show. I'd be sat there wondering how it's coming across on TV. You know, if something goes down, wanting to see the reaction. You know, if something big happens, I'm, you know, straight to the chat, looking at the emojis you lot are putting in and the reaction that's kind of happening. All of that, I would just feel so alien to me now. I think I've kind of ruined how I watch wrestling now. It would really feel strange. So, yeah, I would stream it. I would be here. Right, we are in the Madison Square Garden Theatre. We don't have the nice lights, do we? Normally they've got really nice lights on the ceiling, but I can't see them today. Is this the same room? Have they got a few rooms? Normally there's these like lights on the ceiling. Like, I've seen it in boxing. They were there last time. No, I can't see them today. Perhaps they're just not using them. I don't know. We're just seeing people arrive right now. If you are just joining us, hello, hello, hello. We are live with NXT, and it's a big NXT. It's a serious NXT tonight. Okay, we're starting off with DarkState. That means that we're going to be getting OTM and Mike Santana. So it looks like we're starting with the 6-man tag. Okay, let's change this over. 6-man tag. Matteo said, who do we think will win the tag team #1 contenders? Los Americanos or Birthright? It's tricky again, isn't it? Because it feels like Stand and Deliver could do with a little star power. I don't know how much star power Los Americanos bring. We know it's Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate. But, I mean, oh, there's the lights. Look, there they are. Right, I think they just turned them off for the start. But they've just turned them on now. I love those. I think it really makes this venue. It's the one thing I always look out for when we come here. That sort of crazy lighting grid that they've got. And I don't even know why they do it, but... Okay, here's Mike Santana. Yeah, it is the same space. Mike Santana then coming through the crowds. So, yeah, do you go with Los Americanos for a little bit of an extra, you know, bump? Or do you go Birthright and get the NXT talent on the show, you know? That feels to me a little bit of a tricky one. Mike Santana then coming through the crowd, and there's a lovely reaction for him. Hometown boy. Oh, yeah, man. For me personally, if I've got to pick a lane, I'd go Los Americanos. I don't think Birthright have been together very long. I don't think they're at the right level yet. I think I you know, for stand and deliver, I think it comes down to what match are you more interested in. I'd be more interested in seeing Vanity Project against Los Americanos. The theatre was briefly shown at WrestleMania 10, said David. David, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, man. Repo Man is back. Love it. Yeah, I tell you what, this crowd is hot for Mike Santana. Great reaction for him. Okay, Osiris is... they're big, aren't they? OTM have got a real flipping size to them. Forearm shots coming in. Big boots. Going over against the rope. Back elbow. I don't think they go Americanos. Their main roster, they should not go over the NXT talent, said Radiated Zombie. That is the dilemma, isn't it? But they went with Johnny over other alternatives. And I do think that the roster's just a bit thin at the moment. I think in order to make NXT Stand and Deliver as big as you can, I just think NXT's in a bit of a soft place at the moment, having lost Oba, Javon, and Trick. And really not using TNA talent as much. And we do have Mike Santana back around now. But we haven't really been seeing the same level of TNA involvement. So I totally understand if you think it should be Birthright. I can totally get that. I do just wonder, though, if Stand and Deliver, like NXT's WrestleMania, if that is just going to get a little bit of main roster boost. Mike Santana is the chant. I think Birthright get it, said Alex. Why else bring in Finlay and Regal as managers? I feel like they're going to get it going sooner than later, said Alex. It's a good point about Finlay and Regal. OTM chance now. Up in the air. Saquon. Osiris drives him in the corner. Big boot there by Saquon. William, shout out to you. Crowd are loving Mike, said Suzanne. They are. Osiris, bang, in the corner, shoulder first. He spills to the outside. Bronco with a big boot. Oh, yeah, man. Shiny Wizard said, this MSG room always looks so great. I agree. OTM are in control. Going over against the ropes. That spot looked a little bit silly. You could see Saquon was like moving a bit and it seemed like he could have got out the way. Saquon gets slammed down. OTM in control. DarkState having all kinds of trouble at the moment. Looks to be a decent size crowd. I don't actually know the attendance of this. Let's go Wrestle Ticks. Just trying to pull back at the face. Dion is coming back into it. Tag being made. No, have we had any sign of Cutler at all? Or is he still out with an injury? Here we go. NXT, Madison Square Garden, 2,700. That was an hour ago. So it can hold up to 5,000. The setup was for 3,000. And we have 2,700. So, I mean, it's not bad, is it? I mean, it's not like a complete sellout. Apparently, the number of seats available is 5,000. I'm guessing right at the very back, they've probably got some tarped off areas. Leg drop. Going for a cover. 2. Kick out. Saquon then going over. Knee in the back. Dean, shout out to you, buds. Sonny, shout out to you. I think Cutler is still injured, said Alex. Alex also said, I think Bronco and Lucien have really improved. I think, I agree with you. And I think the more I see them, the more they feel like they could be a real interesting tag team for the main roster. I mean, we know that tag team wrestling is very hot and cold. But I look at these two, and I look at this team, and I look at the size of them. I do think they're going to be a very interesting team. There's not many teams that have got this size. Dion is on top at the moment, throwing down some shots. I couldn't hear what the crowd were chanting there. Dion still in control. Crowd are applauding away. To the outside, Dion. Tag being made. Here's Mike Santana. Big kick coming in. Saquon's in. Oh, through the ropes. Down goes Price. Bronco. 1, 2. Oh, Price is down on the outside. Saquon is looking for maybe a bit of a headlock. Good crowds. Not very noisy. Shining Wizard said, when you're in developmental, tag team makes sense because they can see who stands out most. DeBoomer said, oh my God, this match is boring. Casey, hello. Someone needs to take the kids and take over baseball and go to work for me because that won't happen until July when we go on vacation. Casey, have you got lots going on at the moment? Are you a busy young lady? Saquon's in. This is a 6-man with DarkState. I never expected much, said Alex. Big back body drop. Tag being made. In comes Price. Big kick. Headbutt. This place is going to go absolutely bananas. Absolutely bananas. When Mike Santana gets tagged in. Up goes Saquon. Bang. Duck underneath. Oh, lovely work. Going for a cover. 1, 2. Saquon making that save. Tag being made. Saquon in the ring, charging over. Dion goes down. Saquon goes down. Big move there by Price. Now Mike Santana's in. Clothesline. Oof, over the top. Bang, kick coming in. Against the ropes, round the back. Santana. Oh, lovely. Through the rope, suicide dive. Mike Santana, a real ball of energy. Now he's going up top. Oh, really? Ball, big frog splash. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Crowd are red hot, you know. I mean, the match has been all right. It's not been anything that special, but the energy from the fans. And they are just loving Mike Santana. This is a great example of a match that's been booked for the live crowds. They are absolutely, totally invested in OTM and Mike Santana getting the win. Swing and a miss. Back elbow. Saquon. Oh, power bombing him down. 1, 2, and OTM make the save. Mate, there might be a mini riot if Mike Santana had just been pinned there. There might have been a mini riot. On the outside, to the outside. Big shots coming in. Going against the edge of the ring. Oh. Bang! Kick coming in. Looking to pick up Saquon. Saquon misses with the kick. Against the ropes. Over the top. Santana. Oh! I don't know what's happened to this match, you know. This match was like a bit of a snooze fest, but now, jeez Louise. Some lovely work there by Santana and Saquon. Oh my God, upside down, inside out. Santana going against the ropes. Over the top. Takes down both of OTM. Or both of, the rest of the DarkState. OTM in the ring, take down Saquon, and that's going to give the babyfaces the win. The closing sequence of that is really strong. Really strong. I don't know how you score that, you know. I mean, does it just click over into the great range? Or was there just a bit too much of it being a bit meddling? I really like the ending. And I love the crowd. New York, I mean, it's such a passionate crowd. I mean, we saw that yesterday for Raw. I think that New York crowd really helped yesterday's Raw. And this New York crowd are doing a fantastic job here making this more exciting as well. Okay, DarkState are livid on the outsides. Got a sit-down interview with Miles Bourne. Get your thoughts in. Was that great or was it good? Which one do you go with? Okay, Miles Bourne said he wouldn't be half the man he is now if it wasn't for the Ren QCC. So we've had our opening match. Now we're just hearing from Miles Bourne. He's going to be defending that belt against Johnny. I wasn't part of Stand and Deliver last year and I took it personally. That match did start to cook, said Dean. Johnny has never been outperformed in a big match in NXT. Miles said, oh, here's Johnny. Here's Johnny. This could be interesting. We haven't really been hearing from Johnny, but Johnny's here. Oh, I hope you do. That is interesting. That is interesting. Okay, Johnny is saying he is going to stand and deliver because he has to. More than you know. I think it's interesting because, I mean, I was struggling with him saying... like, I need to win that title, then I can go to SmackDown and be the man I'm meant to be. I don't really understand how winning the mid-card NXT belt helps you with that. What was interesting was he said, if I lose, I don't know what happens then, because he's at a low point right now. What happens if he can't win the mid-card NXT belt? I mean... Other than Evolve Championship, is there any other belt lower down the pecking order for a singles male wrestler? What would be the lowest belt you could win in WWE? I mean, it's not even the NXT Championship, it's the NXT Mid-Card Championship. Like, Johnny Gargano should be able to win that. I don't think he's going to. I think they'll probably give the win to Miles, but it's interesting, isn't it? Where the hell does it leave Johnny after? I mean, the only thing I can think is that he loses in an amazing match and thanks Miles after for reigniting the fire and then uses the loss and this reignited fire to kind of, you know, get back on his feet again. So actually a loss ends up helping him, but that's going to be a tricky story to tell, that, isn't it? Because the truth is he will have lost against the current mid-card NXT champion. I think the Speed Championship is lower, said Sean. That's a good point. Speed Championship. Speed Championship. Evolve Championship. And other than, I don't know, jumping over to TNA and faffing around with some of their belts, that's probably as low as you can get. Maybe the Performance Center Championship that we only just found out about. Do we think WWE will sign Mike Santana? I think so. Yeah. I mean, the fans love him, and not just the New York fans, all fans. I've got to think they're interested, yeah. Wrestle Squatch said, I'm interested. I'm very stoked for that match. It's like Johnny is looking at this as a demotion, and if he loses, he's going to snap. Johnny being Johnny again, says Nathan. Kai Plays said, do we think WrestleMania season is exciting? I'm not feeling exciting statement. I think it's better than last year. I think Raw is in a decent place. I think March for Raw was very good. I think the scores we gave it were like 7, 7, 7, 5, 7, and 8. So I think March was excellent for Raw. I'll take that. I'll absolutely take that. SmackDown, bad. In a very different place. So, largely just being carried by Cody and Orton, really. So SmackDown is in a very, very different place. Well, I've got to say it's been carried by Carmelo's open challenges as well. Take Carmelo's open challenges out and the Randy Orton stuff out, and I mean, I think you've just got an outright bad show. So that's a lot to remove, though. So I suppose it depends what you're looking at. I still think overall it's stronger than last year, though. I still think this has been a better WrestleMania season than last year. Wrestler Andy said, do we think Andre Chase will get called up? He might be the longest reigning NXT roster member ever. Well, I mean, it doesn't feel like it's going to happen anytime soon, but you do get those weird call-ups where they kind of come out of the blue and you're like, what? I mean, I felt that way when Lacey Evans got called up. It didn't really feel like she was ready. I felt that way when Liv went up with Riot Squads. I felt that way when they called up Baron Corbin, because Baron Corbin was someone that at the time we were like, he hasn't quite found that it factor, but they like him, right? He's got a good size and they clearly like him, but he hasn't found it yet. He'd never been NXT champ, for example, and I don't even think he'd competed for the belt. If he had, it was certainly not in a match that was like really close, but he got called up. And I remember thinking, like, this doesn't feel right. This feels a bit rushed. And I must admit, I mean, I think he spends a long time on the main roster not quite knowing who he is. I think he spends a long time on the main roster trying out a few different gimmicks, being the butt of a lot of jokes. And, well, look, there's places for people like that, isn't there? Not everyone's going to get called up and be used as a main, like, talent. So you do get these moments where people get called up. Like when Kiana James got called up, was that one we were expecting? It wasn't one I was expecting. When she got called up, I was surprised that we'd move with her as quick as what we had. There were definitely others that felt more likely. So I don't see it happening, but he could be one of those names that you go, really? Because the truth is, if they think there's some value in having a Chase U on the main roster, and they know as to who they want in it and how they want to present it, they could just do it, couldn't they? Right, here we go then. Time for match number 2. This is going to be Birthright taking on Los Americanos. Lexis King is back. He suffered a little bit of a knock at a live event. We got Ariana Grace as well. They could play a part in helping them get the victory. Let's end the poll, shall we? There we go. Bell has sounded. OTM and Mike Santana versus DarkState. You lot said did get to great. Came in as great 64. 58% went great. 32% went good. Bang. Okay, let's I think this one is quite close. I can see arguments for going with Birthright. I can see arguments with going with Los Americanos. Let's see what you lot think. Who wins? Against the ropes goes Rayo. 1, 2, kick out. Chop coming in there by Rayo. Down goes Stacks. We got Bravo on the edge of the ring. Big forearm shot. Stacks goes onto the knees. Bang. Bravo. Goes to the outsides. Bravo gets chucked in the ring. Days Andre has been in NXT for longer than Yokozuna's entire WWF run. That's fun. That's a fun fact. Oh, hello. We got Stacks dancing away with Ariana. Is Bravo. Oh, she's still dancing away. I don't think she realizes. Oh, look at Bravo. What a cheeky young man he is. Ariana can't believe it. She thought that was Stacks. Oh, my God. She feels violated. She doesn't do that sort of dancing with just anyone, you know. But Bravo really proving himself to be a ladies' man. We saw him making his move with Sol Ruka, and now here he is dancing away with Ariana. Lands on his feet. This match continuing. The winners, of course, go on to fight for those tag titles this weekend at Stand and Deliver. Now Rayo's in. Lovely kick there by Rayo. Look at this. Great work. Boom. Double knees. Going up, landing on his feet. Landing over Connor. Oh, my God. That was brutal. Brutal by Connors. Shoulder up. I definitely think it's going to be Johnny's last match on Saturday. I think he's having one last NXT banger before bowing out to AEW, said Radiated Zombie. I think he's under contract for a while, though, isn't he? I don't think his contract's coming up. Just says firmly under contract. Whatever that means. But I don't know if anyone knows when that contract actually expires. Firmly would suggest time, though, wouldn't it? Connors has got Rayo in the corner. Robbie said, I think he's still got 4 or 5 years left. Right. Boom. Thank you, Robbie. 1, 2, shoulder up. Wrestling fan Brax said, what if the fake El Grande Americano screws Los Americanos and helps Birthright win? After the match, the fake El Grande takes his mask off. I don't see that happening. The fake El Grande, I mean, everything about them is identity, isn't it? It's all about identity. I don't think he would just reveal who he is. Feels like we're heading towards Americano, mask versus mask, and, you know, that being where one of the identity gets revealed. Big back body drop there by Bravo. Chop coming in. Bravo in the corner. Alfie said, thoughts on Hogan Andre going in? No one surely is having an issue with that. I've said before, if aliens came down and I was to show them one picture of like wrestling, I would be showing them Hogan, Andre staring at each other before they were about to get underway, you know. You got like red hot babyface, red hot heel, 2 of the biggest names in the history of the sport, in front of one of the biggest crowds we've ever seen at WrestleMania. It's ticking every box. Peak Hulkamania as well. For me, it's perfection. It's the DNA of wrestling. So, yeah, I can't imagine anyone's got an issue with that. Rayo being kept grounded. Millennial said, I think Los Americanos should stay in NXT. They're rocking the house down. I want to get my clothes off and dance. Oh. Don't let us stop you, buds. Don't let her stop you. Dance away. Okay, over against the ropes goes Rayo. He gets knocked down there by Stacks. 1, 2, shoulder up. lot of people on the outside of the ring here for Birthright. Ariana, Charlie, Lexis. Tag made. Connors is in. Big shot there by Connors. And again, ref looks like the guy who's the head of FBI. Oh, what's his name? Kash Patel, is it? Perhaps he is. Didn't he go over to the Winter Olympics to celebrate with the ice hockey team? I wouldn't be shocked if someone in WWE went, do you want to be a referee? Up goes Connors. Down he goes. Gets slammed on his head. Yes, we've got Kash Patel reffing. Come on. There's Lola. Look. Pop, 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 pop. Climbing up and downstairs. Getting ready for the #1 contenders match that's coming up. Bravo with a big crossbody. Going against the ropes. Big clothesline. Down goes Stacks. Duck underneath Connors. Oh, kick coming in. Enziguri kick. Let's end that poll, shall we? Right now, looking to get Stacks up on the shoulders. Airplane spin by Bravo. So, 51-49. That's where we are. Look at that. Lovely work. 51-49. You lot think it's going to be Los Americanos. I mean, it's basically 50-50. It's basically 50-50. King with Lexis King with a shot. Stacks 1, 2. Kick out by Bravo. Lexis King trying to use that cane, trying to get involved. Shiloh Hill is here. Lexis is running away from Shiloh. He might be chasing them away from ringside. Ariana falls over. Trying to get away from Shiloh. That's took us down to 2-on-2. I couldn't see who it was that was chasing them away, but bang, down goes Stacks, big oops. Bravo gets smashed down. Stacks, suicide dive, lands on his head. Connors comes crashing down on Bravo. Is this going to be it for Connors? 1, 2. Kick out again by Bravo. Blimey now. They're really giving this match some time tonight, aren't they? The matches tonight. It's a red hot crowd. They're really investing. El Grande. El Grande. Oh, we're going to do a bit of cheating. Why did they just hand each other the metal? Why didn't they just use their own metal plates? I don't understand that bit. Headbutt. Down goes Connors. 1, 2, 3. Los Americanos, get it? 51% of you were correct. Did they just get the metal plates out of their own trunks and rather than put it into their own masks, like, hand it? Why did they do that? I don't want your ball juice on my forehead. And that is actually my catchphrase. You know how EO likes to do that, and you know, like how LA Knight's got his yeah. My catchphrase is, I don't want your ball juice on my forehead. But they did. They reached in, they pulled it out like that, and then they gave it to each other. I've never been close enough to anyone in my life to want to do that. Vanity Project are there. Bravo is dancing in celebration. Okay, we're just seeing the Strip in Las Vegas. In the shadows again. There was no voiceover there. I wondered if someone was going to say something, but we didn't get a voiceover. Okay, DarkState are livid backstage. We're supposed to be at the top. He's not happy. I would love something tonight that just teases an arrival at the weekend. I'd love something that teases Takahashi or Evil. So Dion is crashing out. Rapture said, Days, could Finn screw Dom over against El Grande for the title? As I thought Finn was going to screw Dom over last time. Could Finn screw Dom over against El Grande for the title? I mean, you could do. They're in a feud at the moment. I don't know timeline-wise when that happens, that match, though. I don't know if it's pre-Mania. So, yeah, I mean, he could do. I mean, he's in a feud with Dom. He could absolutely cost him the championship. Miss Parker's here. What if my dad is at NXT, but me and my mum are still in Tennessee, said Wrestling Fan Brax. Then I think your dad's a legend to go to NXT and leave the rest of the family behind. That's my kind of guy. I've got mad respect for that. Jaida Parker. Jaida Parker. It's a very wrestling heavy show, isn't it? I mean, we're 40 minutes in and we're just about to start match number 3. And I feel like the wrestling has gone quite long. I like that. Jaida had, well, look, Kelani had what was like a little towel thing. She saw a sign that said, All Hail Queen Jaida. She chucked it at the sign. Kelani gets in the ring. It's all over, man. This will be good. Not down on this. Okay, we're about to get underway. Jaida going over against the ropes. Kelani moves out the way. I respect all the young talent on this show a lot, said Dean. Big boot there by Jaida. Kelani goes into the corner. Shots coming in there by Jaida. Okay, get your thoughts in for that match because I don't want to get confused between that match and this match. So we need to end this poll quite quickly. Jaida, bang, into the corner. Mayor Pete said, for those that complain about repeat matches, this is the 800th time that we're seeing Kelani and Jaida, and I don't mind. Nathan said, does one of the El Grandes get unmasked at some point? Yeah. Yeah. As we said before, I think the identity of the main two is obviously a big focus and a big joke. We know that it's Chad and Ludwig, but, you know, they're having kind of fun with that. And we've seen them go in for each other's masks before as well. And so definitely feels like mask versus mask at some point this year. Some people thought it could be at Mania. I don't think it will be. Starting to feel like it might go down in AAA, actually. Oh, into the ring steps goes Jaida. Jaida goes into those ring steps. Kelani gets back in the ring. She's got a smile on her face. Okay, you lot said that that match was also great. You said it was great 64. It gets the same score as our opening match. Great 64. Okay. Can this match continue the great vibes? As Kelani is throwing in some kicks on Jaida. Jaida is in the corner. Alfie said it does make sense to do Mask versus Mask at Triple Mania instead of WrestleMania because the feud is more over in Mexico than it is on the main roster. It's also a lot more important to AAA. It's one of the biggest feuds in AAA right now, said Alfie. Michael said this match is so trash. Jaida is so slow, says Michael. Okay. I think, are we at commercial break right now? I've still got the coverage. Yeah, we are. We're at commercial break for the next few minutes. Triple Mania is likely going to be August, and they might save it for a different AAA show, says Robbie. Wrestling fans said, what if Danhausen is at NXT? Not expecting that. He's not been showing up at NXT. I think they're using him already a lot on Raw and SmackDown. I'm not expecting him to feature at NXT at the moment. He might make the odd visit in the future, but not expecting that tonight. Do we think that IPTV, PHTV, the Fire Stick? No, I don't know. I did use it once when I needed USA Network. I think that was before it all moved to NXT to Netflix, and I needed USA Network for something. What did I need it for? Oh, I think I needed it because it was airing later on. So it aired in the UK on TV, and then it would air later in America. But I had no way of watching it because I had no way of getting to USA Network. So I had to get IPTV so I could get USA Network. And oh, it was a mess. We were so out of sync. There was such a big delay on what you lot were watching and what it was showing me on IPTV. It just didn't work. So I've only ever had it and tried it for that. So I couldn't tell you if it's any good. I'm sure there's people that do use it and probably swear by it, but it's never been a part of my life. Back elbow. Wrestle Squat Shed days. Ludwig is so over. The gimmick could actually become like a lucha legend. Like 100 years from now, they'll be talking about him. Well, I mean, I certainly think he's got more momentum than when he was Ludwig. Certainly working better for him than that, and it has been very well received by those. Oh, she just really screamed out. That was an awkward landing, and then she just really screamed out. Like, I thought she'd seriously damaged something then. Jaida landed awkwardly. Fans are right behind her, though. They're chanting Jaida Parker. She just landed awkwardly. She's like, ah! I think it was just some selling, honestly. Elbow coming in there by Kelani. Definitely got my attention. As we come back from commercial break. Kelani in control. Crowd making a bit of noise. We're inside Madison Square Garden, the theater at Madison Square Garden. Jaida is awkward, said Michael. She's not good. Kelani jumping on the back of Jaida. Kelani gets driven back in the corner. And again. She's trying to get drops her down. That gets her off. Okay, some shots raining down by Jaida and Kelani. Trying to find a way of getting up from the grounds. Jaida in control now. She picks up Kelani. Takes her over against the ropes. Kelani throwing in a couple of shots. Kelani gets pushed to the outside. Kelani goes to the outside. She grabs a hold of her knee. I think she's okay. She's trying to get back over into the ring, though. Kelani. It's a bit of a weird... She just got over to the edge of the ring. She was like looking like this, but we didn't really have the right camera angle where we could see Kelani sort of staring over the ring. Just looked a little strange. I think that would have made more sense if we'd seen a different camera angle. Back elbow there by Jaida. Short arm clothesline. Jaida screams out. Crowd is still involved. Jaida charging in. Whoa, big chop coming in there. Dean said, I love it when wrestlers arrive. They bring more heat to the matches. High step. Yeah. High step by Jaida. She points over at Booker T. Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that kick went to the shoulder, but Jaida gets back up. Knocks down Kelani to shoulder up. Shoulder up by Kelani. We're looking for... Oh, no. Kelani trying to get Jaida down. Couple of elbows coming in. Kelani. Oh, nice work. Great work. Down goes Jaida. Oh, she's really pulling back on that arm, isn't she? 1, 2. Bang. Big boot coming in by Kelani. Jaida goes down. Stomped to the back there by Kelani. Kelani is going up. She's perched. Bang. Big splash. 1, 2. 2 count. I feel like despite how many times these two have wrestled each other, they do still lack chemistry, said Robbie. Sonny said, Days, I've added a grow a tree bot named the Days Boomer Tree. Everyone needs to water it in the Discords. Okay. Shot coming in. Jaida climbing up. Rapturous said, what time is it for you? It's 5:51 for me. It is 1:51. Oh, Rapturous, where are you? Where are you? Are you West Coast? Are you West Coast? It's 1:52 in the morning, AM, Wednesday morning for me. Bang! Down goes Kelani. 1, 2. Oh, that got it for Jaida. That got it for Jaida. Miss Parker picks up the win. Big power move to end it. Getting Parker. Miss Parker. I'll tell you what, it's a show for this crowd, isn't it? I mean, all the baby faces are getting it so far. Babyface City, that's where we are. You can also grow a plant bot, but the plant is a marijuana plant. Oh my God, I knew it. I knew that Discord would become a drug den. Well, Kelani is looking very glum. Oh, there's Blake. Let us know. Okay. Blake said she'll be fine. I kind of like seeing the guys trying to flirt. They love her. Is it work experience week? Who's let the kids in the building, said Davids. Oh, Vanity Project. I was trying to think what we was talking about. They are young. They're 12 years old. Okay, Ethan, Ricky. making their way to the ring. We've got a contract signing coming up. Okay, Tony is coming out. That contract signing is now. This is going to take us into hour 2, isn't it? Tony D'Angelo making his way down to the ring. We saw Ethan and Ricky head into the ring as well. We're almost done with hour 1. Almost done with hour 1. Is it spring break? Who let the frat boys in, said Spawny. I think it is spring break, isn't it? WrestleRant said, oh my god, that was almost really bad for Kelani. Off the top rope, it was close to her breaking her neck, but she just rotated enough. Here's Ricky. WWE World is stacked, said Radiated Zombie. Bum, 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 bum. I wish the show was 2.5 hours, said Shaquem. Ricky Saints getting down to the ring then. It's a bit subdued. The man looks like he's built for speed. He looks like he's built for speed. Yeah. Bum. 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 Okay, here's Ethan. Days, apparently Blake Monroe is a big Arsenal fan. Wow, we all make mistakes. Okay. Just waiting for the champ. Here's Joe. I don't get why WWE don't have Raw at 3 hours and SmackDown at 2, NXT at 2.5. That would be better. Well, they can't because of the schedules. You know, CW have got a 2-hour slot, and that's what they pay for. They don't have a 2.5-hour slot. I think they could go longer with Raw. I can't see what the issue with that would be. There's no schedule issue because it airs on Netflix. Different Joe Hendry. What if the Vision face Los Americanos for those tag titles at WrestleMania? What if the Vision face Los Americanos? Wouldn't really feel big enough, to be honest, as a match. Wouldn't feel WrestleMania worthy to me, that. Okay, Robert Stone is in the ring. Looks like we're going to have some interesting promos here from these guys. So Robert Stone said, I can't think of a bigger main event than the one that we've got. Okay, Ethan and Ricky are arguing as to who's going to sign it first. So Joe takes it. He's going to sign it. Joe signs it.
You know, I cannot wait to see which one you stab the other one in the back.
I can't wait to see which one's going to stab the other one in the back first. I'm passionate about being NXT champion. I'm passionate about NXT. Okay, Joe gets up. Lots of passion. When Stand and Deliver first started, TakeOver was still a thing. It was in its final year, says David. The New York crowd are chanting that they believe. I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna deliver. Okay. Shut up. Bing bong. Shut up. Bing bong. Here's Ricky. I know you don't have friends. You shouldn't even be champion. It looks like he's got pretty big arms at the moment. He's looking good, Ricky. It's pretty straightforward stuff so far, this. What if Jericho returns at WrestleMania? Well, he could do if he is going to be available. We don't know what's happening with his AEW contract. I deserve global recognition, says Ethan. Fans just laughed at something there, but I'm not sure what they were laughing at. Okay, here's Tony. Tony interrupting. He's had enough of these shenanigans. This is probably going to be the most interesting one, actually. See what he's got to say. Tony said you lot have all had that title. You're absolute. An absolutely underwhelming failure. The crowd go, oh. This isn't about going viral or fan interaction. Tony calls Joe an outsider. Tony says that NXT is in his blood. That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, both Ethan and Ricky came in from AEW. Joe came in from TNA. There is some truth to Tony saying that he represents NXT. It's in his blood. Oh, bang! Okay, we're underway. Tony smashes Ricky's head into the table. Then we get a brawl between Ethan and Joe. Bang! Ricky through a table. Joe doesn't really go through the table. The table tips over. The table didn't break there. Shots coming in, though. We got security guards trying to separate them. This thing broke down. Matt Pete said, another thing those three have in common is they'll all hit the main roster before Tony does. David said it's full circle for Tony. He was the security guards for an unsanctioned match to the NXT champ. Oh, this next one's going to be good. I must admit, I found that segment flat. I was sort of watching it and I was sort of like, okay, where's the fun here? Where's the interest here? I didn't really find much of what was being said that engaging. I thought Tony was probably the most interesting. I thought Joe, got a bit of a rah-rah moment going. Then, the kind of stuff you'd expect from Ethan and Ricky. Tony, it's an interesting angle, isn't it? To say I represent NXT and point out you lot came in from, outside. But I mean, it was very thin on the ground there. There wasn't really a great deal to that segment. I think it was a way of getting them on the show, and that's basically all it did. But next, Jasper Troy against Keanu Carver. We've been building this up for a good few weeks now. This could be good. This could be really good. Meat. So, looking forward to this next one. Ratcher said, do we think everyone who loses the match is going to get called up at Raw or SmackDown? No. I don't think it's a case of if you lose the match, you get called up. No. I do think that it has worked that way for some. If you're like a champ and you go into Stand and Deliver and you lose, then, there's a chance that you could be on your way to the main roster, but it's not like a guaranteed thing. It's not like everyone that's going to lose at Stand and Deliver is going to the main roster, or even the champs that lose are going to go to the main roster. But I think that there is, if you've got someone like Joe Hendry and Joe loses, then of course people are going to be like, oh, I bet he's going up after Mania. And I'd say the chances of that happening are good, really good. Obviously, if he wins, then you kind of go, well, hang on, he's still got the NXT belt. What are we going to do with that? But we just saw Oba vacate the belt, So, I mean, Joe could win at Stand and Deliver. He could then vacate the title on the following NXT and then, get called up the week after or 2 weeks later. Would I do that? No, I wouldn't. That's not how I would book it. But we did that with Oba, where Oba won against, was it Leon Slater? And then immediately vacated the title. So we've done it so many different ways that I don't think there is like an exact science to it. But of course, if Joe loses, you'll rightfully get people saying, "Oh, I bet he's going to the main roster." Okay, Keanu versus Jasper Troy. What if Jacob and Cody team up at Mania? No. They've got their own separate matches. Two razor's edges through tables, said Nathan. Jasper Keanu is like NXT's version of Oba Brock. It's probably the closest we can get, yes. And we've also got Josh Briggs involved. He's going to be a special guest referee. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We're 10 minutes into the second hour. Josh Briggs is in the ring. Josh Briggs in the ring. Here comes Keanu Carver, who I think's made a real impression since coming up. I like the gear. I really like the gear. It's simple, but it just looks so good on him. Wouldn't hate it in white either. Like, just invert everything. I don't know who he was talking to there. There was someone in the crowd that was yelling at him, and he said a few words back. Keanu Carver then gets in the ring. Booker said he's slightly biased on this one. He wants Keanu Carver to get some respect beaten into him. Now, we had Jasper Troy come out the other week without the chains, and it looked better. This is kind of his thing, though, isn't it? It's all on his graphics and everything. Yeah, he comes out with them again. Ah, we did a little glitchy thing with the camera there. Ah, wow, he just glitched out the ring, didn't he, as Keanu Carver threw in a big shot. Bang, into the ring posts. So, Keanu Carver jumping. Jasper Troy hurling him into the ring steps. Meat. We've got meat. Keanu versus Jasper. Clothesline there by Jasper. Are we going to get some weapons? Because I'm not sure Briggs cares, says Matty. I don't think Briggs cares either. Okay, Bella sounded. Big splash there by Jasper. Keanu. Bang, headbutt. Down goes Jasper. Big boot coming in by Keanu. Jasper goes over to the corner. Big kicks coming in there by Keanu. Stomping away on Jasper, keeping him grounded at the moment. Briggs is counting, but he's counting real slow. 3. Okay, can you stop now? Come on, stop it. Briggs is getting a little bit more forceful now because Keanu wasn't stopping. To be honest, he counted so slow there. He gave him loads of extra time. To the outside goes Keanu. Yeah, look, that person again's yelling at Keanu. Is he a plant? Yeah, this guy's a plant. That is not just a fan. That was the same guy that was yelling his mouth off at Keanu when he came out. Okay, Jasper with Keanu looking to put him through the commentary table. Keanu gets planted. Jasper grabbing Keanu, throwing him back in the ring. Jasper gets back in as well. Keanu going over against the ropes. Oh. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. I'm glad that's not the end. That would have been a really flat finish. Booker's yelling to Jasper, finish him. He pushes. Oh! Briggs with a big boot. Troy put his hands on Briggs. Briggs then knocks Troy down. That allows Keanu to kind of come back in. Big man, look at the strength of, oh my God, look at the strength of Keanu Carver. That is very impressive. It's just a messy little short match with a couple of spots in it. That's what we end up with. Keanu Carver gets the victory. Josh Briggs getting involved. Keanu grabs Josh Briggs. Is he saying, I want you to hold my hand up? That thing was really short, wasn't it? It was only a few minutes. Oh, Briggs now lays down Keanu Carver. So Briggs just got involved with Jasper Troy and he just laid out Keanu Carver. Yeah, if that was a battle of the big men to find out who the best big man was, I think Josh Briggs just wanted to remind everyone it is him. Oh, Elio LaFleur is out for 6 months. Elio LaFleur is out for 6 months. Oh, here's Ren. Here's Shiloh. Okay, Shiloh's got an idea. He's fun, isn't he? Shiloh is crazy, and I love it, said Glock Ness. Who won between Kendal Lola? We haven't had it yet, Rafi. It's coming up. It is coming up. Was that a preview for Brock Ober? I hope not. I think that match was pretty underwhelming. There was a couple of nice moments in it. I mean, obviously, they're both emerging talents. Keanu's not been on the roster very long. Jasper Troy, we haven't done loads with. Came through LFG. So I think they wanted to put them on the card. It was a pretty... I was quite excited for it, but... yeah, I mean, it was very short. There wasn't really loads to it. They filled it with a few spots, you know, Briggs getting a couple of moments, some planted fan getting a moment, commentary table spots, jumping him at the start, putting him into the ring steps, you know, and then just a little bit of stuff in there, a few minutes, bang, done. So definitely looking for more, like longer out of Brock Ober. Keanu versus Jasper versus Briggs at Stand and Deliver, said Rapturous. Well, I wouldn't be down if they did that. I don't know if they're going to add it this late in the day. We've got 5 matches already. They could put it on a future NXT. I mean, it feels like they're still all in each other's orbit, doesn't it? So, yeah, I mean, look, if they do add a 6th match for Saturday, I won't be down on that. That'll be all right. That'll get a thumbs up from me because still a match I'm kind of interested in. This was just a taster, wasn't it? This was a starter. Sadly, it was not the main course. Trini, hello. Hope you're doing well. Shiloh, Knight, Hank, Tank against Birthright at Stand and Deliver. Could be. That feels like a match that could be added to Stand and Deliver. Unless they're going to, you know, book them for next week. But they were all down at not being on the Stand and Deliver cards. We don't really do pre-show matches anymore. But, I mean, they could put all of them on a pre-show match. That would feel like a pre-show match to me. Steve said, I expected about what we got with that. Jasper's still green. Keanu just came up. It was better than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, good. Goods. Steve, hope you're well. Robbie said, Dion teased challenging Mike Santana on Saturday. Wrestling fans said, what if Johnny defeats Joe for the NXT Championship? Well, he's not in a match. So there's no match there at the moment. He's taking on Miles for the North American Championship. Mayor Pete said, Jasper's fine for someone who hasn't been wrestling very long. Okay, we're at commercial break. Get your votes in. We're getting ever closer to what is going to be our main event, which I think is going to be Lola against Kendal, because winner of that will go up against JC on Saturday. I can't remember what else it is that we've got coming up. We have managed to get quite a bit into this show. The show's been okay. It's not often that we get like... we've had 2 great matches. Jaida Kelani, you lot said, was good 98. So, I mean, in-ring has not been bad. I'm not sure the contract signing segment was very good. What else does it say we've got? Oh, Tatum Paxley comes face-to-face with Blake Monroe. Looks like we've still got that. And then Kendal Lola. So, looks like we've got those 2 things with 40 minutes to go. There might be something else in there. Okay. What do we think happens if Johnny loses? Well, I don't know that he's back in NXT beyond Stand and Deliver. Dun, dun. I had no idea this was Tatum. Okay, Tatum has made her way down. She's the champion, but she doesn't have the championship. That's because that belt is with Blake Monroe. Tatum in the ring. Blake Monroe is a very complex woman, and that excites me.
Come here, bring my title to me, to New York City. So, Blake, you have something that belongs to me, and I would love it back, so come on out and let's play.
Come on out, let's play, says Tatum. Tater, darling.
I don't understand what your problem is with me. I mean, I have no issue with you.
I've got no issue with you, says Blake.
And you see, this North American Women's Championship is right. I never did lose it in the first place.
I never did lose it in the first place. I think, have we got yes, you did chance? I think we got yes, you did chance. She's like, no. You've got something I want, but I think I've got something you want. So are they going to add this match? There are parts to you that people wouldn't understand. You're different, says Tatum. Wouldn't you just hate to have to sit at home and watch Stand and Deliver? It's kind of odd they're letting Mariah run around with Tatum's belt, said WrestleRants. Feels like we are going to add this, said Real John. Yeah, okay. So it looks like we are going to be adding this. Let's make both of us happy. This Saturday. Let's have some fun. There's some, I think I might have just heard some boring chants, genuinely. Blake accepts. I'm a Polish woman. I am perfection. You look like you belong in the crowd with these dirty New Yorkers. That's got the best reaction of this segment. That woke the crowd up. You're a sweet girl. Just take the title. I can be the goth to your glamour. Well, it's never great when we get into a tug of war with belts, is it? Historically, when we've ever had like a tug of war over a belt, it's never gone well. The microphone was in the middle of the ring. I saw Blake kind of land on it. Blake grabs the belt, goes away. I think the segments tonight have been off. I think that was off. Okay, we're backstage with Robert Stone. We got just over half an hour to go. Oh, right. Yeah, there is going to be a match on the countdown. It does fit there better. Triple threat next week. Okay, now we've got a fight backstage. Boom! Kicks coming in. Jaida down. Kelani and Jaida are brawling. Up next, we've got the rise and fall of Zaruka. So I think that's probably going to be a video package. Right. That was stupid, said Spawny Boy. Stand and deliver this weekend. WrestleRant said, Tatum's entrance feels very Cora Jadish. I've got zero idea who was coming out. Daisy's stand and deliver card's going to be Ethan, Ricky, Tony, Joe. It's on Wikipedia, but Card's on Wikipedia. We've had another match added, which is going to be the women's mid-card title match. The big guys are going at it next week, and there's like some multi-person match that's going to be on the pre-show. So we've got a pre-show match. Days was so dialed into this next segment. Rise and fall of Zaruka. I'm just wondering when the rise was. Right, that's what I'm wondering. When was the rise of Zaruka? I missed that bit. All I remember is fall. Never-ending fall. So yeah, not a relationship, a pairing that I've massively got enjoyment out of. I just feel like we just waited for them to split for a long, long time. So it's here now. Get the match done. I'm sure the match will be good. When that bell rings, I'm sure it'll be good. So I'm not down on Zarya against Sol when the bell rings, but yeah, let's just get to the match. Days, could it be possible that the build for Rhea Jade is mid, but at Mania the match could be a banger? I think a banger might be a bit far because it's hard to name bangers that Jade has had. I think if anyone's going to bring the most out of Jade, I would imagine it would be a Rhea or a Becky or maybe a Charlotte. So we're going to get as much out of it as we can. I think banger is too high of an expectation. I go into it with hopes that it will be acceptable. It will be good. I'm not going in thinking it's going to be a banger. If we get that, then fantastic. Yes, fantastic. Steve said the rise and fall of Zaruka will be 3 hours long. They've trimmed it down as much as they could. Let's go. I am here for some Grey Graps, said Alfie. Grey Graps. I'm here for some Grey Graps. Rhea is the most overrated of all time. She's ass, said Jamie. Jade will never have bangers. She's just average at best, said Radiated Zombie. They teased the breakup for so long. I predicted, and I was right. I couldn't give a bleep about it when they finally did it, said David. Rhea Jade match will be a bathroom break, said Rob. WWE is trying so hard to get Kelani over. She's probably getting the biggest push in NXT besides Kendal, but she's just not it, said Wrestle Rants. Hello, Carmen. Hope you're doing well, buds. Alex said, Eva Marie exists. Let's relax. Rapture said, do we think WWE could make a women's tag fatal four-way a ladder match? No. We've already got a ladder match for the IC. I don't think they would have two. Big Time said they may have given away the outcome for the main event with Ren scheduled to wrestle on the kickoff in a 10-man tag unless Fatal Influence cause a DQ tonight. Tatum needs a Mattel figure, said Jim. Jamie said, do we see Rhea during this Jade feud and still think she is okay? She sucks. And she has done for years. Carmen said, Days, I went to the American Legion. Yes, in Indiana to see ARW Pro. Who did you see? Who did you see, buds? Give me the names. Give me the matches that you saw. Why do so many people want the women's tag four-way to be a ladder match? I think it's because last year the men had a couple and it was really good, and we've had a lot of interesting teams in that women's division. It feels like it's been built into something, and I think a ladder match would have been probably the most fun thing for it to have been building towards. Kind of feel like a fatal four-way tag team matches. I don't even know if it's I don't even know what the rules are. I don't know if it's tornado tag, or is it one of those where you're going to have 4 in the ring, 4 standing on the outside, and everyone's tagging, or is it just anything goes, and it's just a big, basically brawl? It's probably going to be rules, isn't it, where you have to make the tag. So I don't know. I'd like the ladder element and the belts to be suspended. It's the one that I wanted out of all the options. But I'm not down on the IC belt being the ladder match. Not down on that. I think that'll still be fun. Alex said, I hope they let 4 in the ring at a time. It's more enjoyable that way. Dave, hello. Hope you're well. Restaurant said, that's just the silliest thing to say, Jamie. Why would we take anything else serious? Rapture said, what do we think Julia's doing? Well, seems like she's kind of in a feud with Chelsea and Tiffany. And at the moment, Tiffany's not on the card. So you've got to think that it's heading to either a singles match against Tiffany or a triple threat featuring Chelsea. I think a 4-way elimination would be better. I don't think most of the women are capable of a good ladder match. Don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'd be interested to find out. I can't see why they wouldn't. I mean, you've got Lyra, who I think would be good in that. Bailey would be good in that. Maybe not Lash and Nia so much. Alexa, Charlotte. Can't give any reason as to why they wouldn't be any good in it. Nikki, Brie. I mean, I don't know that they lend themselves to a ladder match, but some people would say they'd rather see them in a ladder match than in a normal match. You know, I don't know. I get your point, like with maybe Nia and Lash, maybe a bit in Nikki and Brie, but I think it could still be really fun. I think this could still do something. But, you know, they've gone this way and that is fine. Alexa in a ladder match. Days, you're so strange. Well, if she would be, wouldn't she? I mean, it's if the women's tag match was a ladder match, she would be in it. Okay, we're backstage with Fatal Influence. They're obviously going to be watching this next contest. Okay, they're just running down the card first. We just had the video package. Dave said, how's the show been? I've been at work. It's been a weird one, I think. I think there's been some really fun action match-wise. But, I don't know. I feel like the show's really sort of had a bit of a period where we just had a bit of a flat Tatum Blake segment. Keanu, Jasper was what it was. I mean, I can't say it really did a great deal. Before that, we had the contract signing, which I thought was a bit flat. I feel like first hour was relatively strong. Second hour, I think, has been quite weak. So I think there's good, there's bad. I think it's a bit of a mixed bag here. But the match that I'm probably most looking forward to is coming up next. Our main event with 23 minutes to go. Who is going to challenge? Is it going to be Lola or is it going to be Kendal? I'm giving this show a 5, said Jared. I think it's been very flat. I hope that makes Stand and Deliver stand out. Okay, Lola's out. There's not much reaction for Lola. Yeah, not much reaction for Lola there. Matches have still been good, though, said Tribal List. I really hope Kendal wins, says Alfie. Zarya better win. She absolutely needs to go over at Stand and Deliver, no question. No other options than call Soul up. Only the best stand and deliver. Well, it's a big card this weekend. And are we going to be getting some new arrivals? This is NXT's WrestleMania. Matches have been better than segments. I really do agree with that, yes. Tristan said, Candice is at NXT tonight. I could see her attack Lola here. If the main roster shows had the same level of in-ring as NXT, they would be great, but they rely more on promo segments on the main roster. A wrestling fan said, I hope it's going to be Kendal, but it's probably going to be Lola Vice. Matches have been good. Number 1 contender match coming up next. Kendal Cakes, said Dave. Shining Wizard said, WWE just overall struggles to keep momentum going for most of their product. Yeah, I mean, honestly, OTM, Mike Santana, DarkState, crowd were electric. And you lot said it was great 64. Los Americanos against Birthright, you said was great 64. Then we had Jaida Kelani, which you lot said was good 98. It was definitely a step down. And then really after that, you know, that was hour 1. We had all of that in hour 1. And then, as I said, you know, I think the past 40-odd minutes could have just removed, really. And we wouldn't have really lost a great deal. But this match should be good. Hopefully end on a high. Doesn't really make any difference for stand and deliver. I mean, this is a go-home show. We know that go-home shows, they can be this way because a lot of the kind of card is done now. So you get contract signing segments, stuff like that. And, you know, it's had its moments. I would rather have Kendal, but I won't be mad with Lola winning, said Alex. Well, we are at commercial break. We've just got a little video package running at the moment, but as soon as we're done with this, we will be heading back and getting our teeth into the final part of NXT, who is going to be facing the champ. I'm guessing Fatal Influence is going to be coming out. I'd imagine they'll want to be watching. JC will want to be watching from ringside. Dave's looking forward to Stand and Deliver. WrestleRant said, I'll be pretty shocked if Kendal loses here because the machine is very much behind her. But then again, it can be stop-start with Push and with Lola, and it's a bit odd. Radiated Zombie said, Days Mania is stacked this year. I'm prepared for 0 sleep from Friday to Sunday. It's going to be a long weekend. Will be about 5 hours. Your stream will be about 10. But I'm going to be prepared. It's going to be big, isn't it? It's big every year. It's what everything kind of leads to. Just hope that it's going to be a lot of fun this year. Just hope it's going to really exceed a lot of people's expectations. I don't know where those expectations are. I mean, I'd imagine the advantage is the expectations are probably going to be lowish. I mean, last year was largely seen as underwhelming. Last year's Mania, but last year in general. We look at kind of this WrestleMania season, it's not hard to find people saying this has been flat. I think Raw's been really good. But, yeah, I don't know that too many people are going in thinking this is going to be a mind-blowing WrestleMania. I think there is a real chance there it could exceed expectations depending on where expectations are. Okay, here comes Kendal. Carmen said, I saw Shaq Jordan. Oh my God, Shaq Jordan. Oh my God, yes. That's like having Larry Chamberlain, isn't it? Flipping love that. Shaq Jordan. What a name. So this is why we ask these questions. So that we can get these little flipping nuggets. Yeah. Kobe James. Shaq Jordan versus KJ Carter. Jeb Crow versus Georgie Mash. Nick Diamond against Steve Boz. Bozza! Bozza was there. Flipping love Bozza. Steve Boz. Alpha O'Neil against Jay Thunder. Jay Thunder. And Donovan Marcellus versus Josh Moon. Great names. That is the best that ARW Pro have right there. Well, Carmen, I hope you enjoyed it. Here we go then. Lola versus Kendal. This is our main event. Kendal, lovely work. I mean, it's so crazy, isn't it? So crazy to see Kendal in a main event. Oof. It's this is mental. To see her in a main event of an MSG show. Let's go, Kendal. Keep up. And it's not that they're like just putting her here for no reason. Like, they love the work she's done. She's not only... We were watching this... She was in the first Evolve match ever. And we saw that. It was a tag match. And it's crazy to think... Probably that was about a year ago now. Here we are with her now in the main event of an NXT episode. And it's not just any NXT episode. It's at Madison Square Garden Theatre. In front of like 3,000 people. And she's the main event match. Trying to qualify to get to Stand and Deliver to fight for the NXT Championship again. Not even for the first time. And she's in there with Lola Vice. Nice roll through. Kendal coming over. Lovely work there by Kendal. Bang, down she goes. She's getting back up to her feet, over against the ropes. Bang, shoulder. Shoulder barge, down she goes. Lola over the other side, looking for a hip toss. Nice. Whoa, lovely work. Okay, she goes up. 1, 2, kick out. Knee coming into the midsection there by Lola. I was just getting distracted because Lola's tights are all ripped in loads of different places, actually. Every time, like, not every time, but she just did some dancing there, like... But she still keeps such a stern face. Charges him. Kendal trying to get out the way. Flips over to the outside. Swing and a miss. Stuck underneath there by Kendal. Oh, my God. Love that. Oh, my God. She ain't done that before. I haven't seen her do that before. Where she grabs onto the ropes and does like a cartwheel. On the outside. I've not seen her do that before. Oof, shot coming in there by Lola, and again Lola going off against the ropes. Nice roll. Quick kicks. Pop, 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 pop. I love that. That's a great sell by Kendal as well. Kick, 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 kick. Spin. Kick to the midset. Slumps down. Look really good. Hip attack coming in. Charging in. Kendal. Nowhere she could go, man. Lola again. Oh, she moves out the way. Manages to avoid it. The second time. Kendal on the outside. Kick coming in. She goes down to the outsides. Lola. Oh. Okay, commercial break. When Lola dances, I'm not even aware she has a face, says Rob. Oh, we're very different, you and me, Rob. I only ever look at the women's faces because I feel like looking anywhere else is just disrespectful. Lola's got a face, says Akeem. Oh, it seems like all you lot are perverts. Oh my god, I love that for us. Nice suplex. We're three amigo in. We're three amigo in. Yeah, I must admit, I couldn't help but look at the tights on Lola because they were all like ripped in like loads of different places, and I found it a distraction because I'm a real dedicated follower of fashion. And that's not a fashion statement, that's a wardrobe malfunction. That's one of the most serious wardrobe malfunctions I have ever seen. I mean, the size of the hole on the inner thigh that Lola's got right now is potentially match ending. Well, just one count. Kendal will be on NXT for a while, said Sean. Well, 10 minutes. 10 more minutes. Shot coming in there by Kendal. Roll up by Kendal. Lola kicks out. Kendal reminds me of Kurt Angle with how fast she has become one of the best in the ring, said Wayne. She's basically Kurt Angle with fallopian tubes. Because I don't think he had those. Headlock being applied. Doc Holiday, hello. Shout out to you. I don't have anything funny to say. Oh, don't worry about it, but I don't think you've ever said anything funny. But here's a few bucks just because you're a good bro-tato. Oh my god, that's quite good. Doc Holiday, I take it back. Bro-tato is quite nice. You're my bro-tato. You're my favourite bro-tato chip. Oh, I kind of like that, actually. You're my favourite bro-tato chip. I hope that Kendal Gray mollywops Lola Vice. Mollywops. I think we need a Wrestling Days prostate massager. Is that the ball? The vibrating ball thing? Is it one of them? I'll look into it. Thank you, Bro-tato. Doc Holiday. Appreciate it. Matt Pete said there's a video game that's called Bro-tato. That's the you play as Doc Holiday. It's the Doc Holiday life story played out in video game format. Oh, lovely double clothesline there by these two. Down they go. Match continues. William said a Bro-tato sounds like a documentary. Like Doc called you his balls. How big are your balls? They're like potatoes. Back elbow. Like the little boiled potatoes. Because in my mind, I'm thinking jacket. Back elbow there by Kendal. Okay, Kendall's all fired up here. German. Lovely. Straps are coming down. Come on! Oh my god, she's all fired up. Bang. Another suplex. She loves doing that move, doesn't she? When someone comes over, she dips down to one knee to kind of step to the side. She's just done that about 3 times. Very quick succession. Ah! Well, that put out her fire, didn't it? Lola slamming Kendal down. Oh, spinning back fist misses. Takedown. Looking for the arm. Oh, look at those tights. Look at those tights. If Lola loses this, that's exactly where this has been lost. I should imagine that is so distracting. Right now, she jumps on the back of Kendal. She's got a sleeper hold in. Meanwhile, Kendall's tights are just industrial strength. There is absolutely no damage there whatsoever. Lola has got everything against her right now. Kendal flipping over. Lola down. Lola bridges up. Knee coming in there by Lola. Kendal against... Oh, spinning back fist. Kendal to the outsides. That's not going to help Lola. Although it might, because the count out would still do it. Oh my God, just let her get counted out. Here's Fatal Influence, and we don't even get the great music. Fatal Influence have come down like a thief in the night. Looking for a German. Back elbow there by Lola. Kick coming in. Kendal goes down. Lola charges. Kendal moves out the way. Lola ends up chucking herself into the ring steps. Silly goose. What a silly goose. Back in the ring goes Lola. Ren has got a few words there for Fatal Influence as Kendall's climbing up. 5 minutes to go. It's been good. This actually has been my favourite match of the night. Oh, my God. Kendal jumps off the top. Eats a big kick to the midsection. Dudes. Apparently everyone's on their feet for this one. Vic said, oh yeah, they are, actually. You can see people are standing for this. This is a number one. This isn't even a title match. It's prompted NXT chants from the crowd. The crowd are on their feet as these two women battle to try and earn a title match. You'd think this was for a belt. Big kick coming in there by, like, oh my God. Yeah, oh my God. Jesus Christ, put all the belts on her now. She's done that before. She's done that before where she kind of leads in. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. She does that. She did that before. She leans in and goes in with that kick. So it looks like she's going to kick to the midsection. And just as the person's trying to deal with this foot that's coming, bang! I remember seeing that last time going, did she do that on purpose? Like, did she go in with the boot so it misdirects? She's just done it again. So the answer is yes, it is done on purpose. It would be so easy for her to kind of just go and spinning back elbow. Setting it up with that kick that never lands is, oh my God, it does things to me. She is just a wrestling machine. Lola trying to get over to the ropes. Ankle lock is in. Lola flips her over to kick out by Kendal. What an incredible match. What a really, honestly, fantastic battle this is. This is one of my favourite Lola matches. Submission is in. Kendal goes down. Oh, I don't want to be seeing a tap, man. I don't want to see a tap. If she's going to go out in a hero way of just not tapping, you know. Lola trying to get her down. Oh, my God, and it's in. It's really in, and she taps. Did she tap? It looked like she tapped there, Kendal. Perhaps she didn't quite tap. Ah, she's getting choked out, man. She's still trying to fight. It's really in. Why is the ref on the wrong side? The ref couldn't be further away from Kendall's head if he tried to. I don't like that finish, you know. Kendall's got it. Lola didn't realise she was being pinned. What? No. Okay, no. Actually, now we've got another ref going. Okay, now we've got confusion. She tapped. Lola's saying she tapped. Northern Lights. Oh, she taps. On. No, I don't like that. That's stupid. So she hits a suplex. She can hear the ref going 1, 2, and at that point, Kendal apparently decided to tap. 1. You're telling me she couldn't hold on for a second? Shawn Michaels coming down. Oh. That's just overthought, overbooked. These two were cooking. If you wanna end this thing with a draw, there's lots of ways you can do it, but that's just dumb. That is dumb. Nice to see Shawn though. Okay, and good to see that he resolved absolutely nothing as well. I thought he was coming out, yeah, Mr. WrestleMania, coming out to sort this out once and for all. Give me the microphone, right? It's going to have to be a triple threat this weekend. Some of that. Instead, he went, sorry, what are you saying? So you're saying the spit, and sorry, what are you saying? You're saying well, this is a problem. This is a problem, isn't it? Yeah, no, end the broadcast. I'm going to have to think about this one. Well, there we go. It's a great summary of this episode. A really strong start, and then really silly finish. And I think the first hour of the show was really good, and I think the second hour not so much. But that was a great match. I can't sit here and tell you that was not a great match. I really enjoyed that match, apart from those final few moments. It's one of my favourite Lola matches. Kendal shows that she belongs at that level. I just think they got the finish wrong. Whoever booked that finish just got it wrong. Maybe it was not quite meant to go that way, but it just looks so silly. It just looks silly. 1, 2, oh, now she taps. Just before the 3. So, yes, there's ways to do a draw, or, you know, there's ways to get to a triple threat. For me personally, that's not how you do it. It was a banger. I think the match deserved a better finish. But I would still give it a great rating because I really enjoyed it. I would give Kendal a hug and I would be like, you are her. You are just her. And I would give Lola a hug and I would say, cheer up. That's what I would say. Stop looking so glum. You've got a very bright future, young lady. Yeah. Very bright future. Right, get your scores in. What did you think about the match? I think that's female match of the year so far, said Akeem. Well, it's I think it might be female match for NXT of the year, but that finish. I really enjoyed Bayley against Flammer, though, and that might, as a result of if that finish had been just like a normal finish, or even, you know, even a double count out or whatever, right? Or fatal influence get involved. I don't know. That match was so good. I wish someone had just won it. But I understand if they want to get to a triple threat that you know, needed some shenanigans. Jared said, how many times is JC going to get screwed over and being put in triple threat matches? Well, it might not go that way. It might be that Sean's like, okay, we'll have Lola go first, and then the winner has to face Kendal. That would be clever. The only thing is, Kendal might say, but I wanted to be at Stand and Deliver. You know, maybe that would be the argument for the triple threat. Well, in that case, you go, okay, well, neither of you won, so that means that we're going to have to see if we can find room to do this, like, match at Stand and Deliver. Maybe JC doesn't defend. I don't know that JC would be bothered if she didn't defend. I'm just trying to, in kayfabe, find a workaround. How can we avoid putting JC in another triple threat that she doesn't deserve to be put in? You're absolutely right. Well, we could say, I tell you what, you can have the night off, JC. What we're going to do instead is we're going to do Lola versus Kendal rematch. That way they both get to go to Stand and Deliver. You don't need to worry about defending your bout, which I bet you're thrilled about. You'll just face the winner at a later date. Any issues with that? Maybe then the crowd will be like, but we want a title match. And be like, oh my God. Yeah. I mean, look, we know what they want. They want a triple threat. And it's going to lead to that, innit? Okay. Get your scores in. Robbie said, I'm guessing that tap was meant to happen at the same time as the ref hitting the free, but it was just a bit too soon. Days, I'm confused about the finish. I think it will be a triple threat, said Cole. Same. Days, are we going to do an opinions video for Stand and Deliver? Yes. Yes, we'll be doing a breakdown and an opinions video for Stand and Deliver. Steve said, I would have just had Fatal Influence interfere, make it a double DQ, then get to a triple threat. I think that would have made a lot more sense. Akeem said, JC has come a long way. Brony said, Keanu Carver is the only interesting person in NXT. Draco, good night, buds. Great match, though. I mean, I really, really hope it doesn't get lost how really great that match was. I was so... I cannot praise it enough. I love that little kick that she goes to do. She doesn't land it. She actually uses... So she goes for the kick, then pivots at the same time. The kick never lands, but the spinning back fist, back elbow does. And I just love that kick because... psychology-wise, you would be worrying about that blocking, that hitting you in the midsection. That's where your focus is, and that means that the elbow is hidden. The psychology of that is so good. It's proper MMA. It's proper setting up the back elbow, and it's a little trap. It's so good. When you watch so many moves that just get hit for no reason, and then you see something like that seems to have some thought to it, it's so good. It's just a go-to move that she's got, and I think she'll always do it that way now. But it makes it better for me. I just find it so much more impactful. And I was looking as well. There was another bit where Kendal got hit. And she ended up going straight down to the outside of the ring. So she got hit and she went down to the outside. And I was thinking, there's other wrestlers that when they get hit, they would just react like that. They wouldn't actually drop to the outside. But she gets hit and she drops to the outside. Everything just seems so... She seems so dialed in. Everything, she really feels like she is in the moment. She feels like everything she's doing, she's in a fight, she's in a battle. All the suplexes look really good. The speed she operates at looks really good. Her moveset as well is ever improving. There was a bit where she did a cartwheel on the outside of the ring, Kendal, and I've not seen her do that before. I feel like she's bringing new things into her moveset. I mean, genuinely, female-wise, she is right up there with my favorite female wrestlers to watch. She is such an amazing talent. And I kick myself because I actually saw her live at a house show last year. No, 2 years ago when I went to America. She was in a tag match, tagging with Carly Bright. Didn't really know who she was. I'd seen her maybe once, twice, low-level sort of NXT talent, One of those names. It would be a little bit like Skylar Ray now. Kind of seen her a couple of times. Don't know loads about her. That's the kind of level Kendal was at when I saw her. And I don't remember massively her standing out or me seeing anything that blew my mind or whatever. I mean, the girl I'm watching now is just... one of my favourite female performers now. That was legit one of Lola's best matches. Legit one of the best Lola matches I've ever seen. Forget about the finish. It doesn't really matter because Kendal is capable of that kind of match. And so we're going to be treated to that on a regular basis. That's what Kendal can do. So she can just keep doing that. If she got to the back and she was like, have you got any feedback? Be like, yeah. You know, everything you just did. Keep doing that. Everything you've just done, don't forget any of it and just keep doing that. Because you're awesome. I just love watching you wrestle. She's great. There's Steve Boz wrestles for ARW Pro, the Bozster. Yeah. In my hometown of Hammond, Indiana. Well, I've nothing but love for the Bozster. Carmen. I hope he picked up the sweet dub at the... When did you see him? Saturday, was it? I hope he got the win. Big Time said Days NXT consistently outperforms the main roster when it comes to in-ring. The NXT PLEs smoke them. Weekly TV tends to have 1 or 2 matches. Well, I mean, the training is just completely different, isn't it? NXT is completely different. I don't know when they know when they're going to do or what they're doing. I mean, do they know what they're doing for next week's show now? Is it already written? Can they start thinking about it, rehearsing it? They obviously go to the performance center. I mean, can they grab, if they've got a match for next week, can they grab their next week opponent, start working on some stuff now? I mean, the environment that you're in NXT, largely, you know, kind of being in Orlando a lot at the performance center, and obviously going each day to the performance center, being around the rest of the roster, having access to the trainers that they have, the training facilities, you know, promo class, all of that kind of stuff. I mean, you're just living in like this training world, aren't you? That's just set up for your development and bringing out the best in you. And I think that's just not how it is on the main roster. Main roster, when do you get a chance to like walk through stuff? I think it's like earlier in the day, the same day, isn't it? They have a rehearsal. But I mean, like, when are they actually... You have to be able to kind of put matches together quite quickly and find chemistry quite quickly, and everything's got to just work on the main roster. There's just not the same time or investment in you. NXT is so drastically different with its setup. Again, it just goes back to when people talk about the difference between the two, and there's people out there that don't see much of a difference. I think it's a different world. I think it's a completely different world. So I think trying to compare NXT with the main roster is just... This is why people, I think, deserve time to find their feet if they need it. Some people can hit the ground running, but some people, if they need a little bit of time to sort of find their footing and get used to being on the main roster, that's fine. I can understand it. I really can. To be fair, JC said at Vengeance Day that she was walking in to stand and deliver this show as champ. She might be mad if she gets left off the cards. Yeah, she might do. I don't know. I mean, she seemed disappointed the other week that she was being made to defend it. So, you never know, do you, with heels? If they want to defend it or not. If they get given the night off, she might be okay with it. That's clearly not going to happen, though, is it? I mean, we know that this is leading to a triple threat, so... Wrestleman said, the ending really soured me on the match, but the match was still great. The finish matters... Javon, Leon, bound for glory. The first people say is, what was that ending? No, I agree. The finish matters. I just think there was... Forget the finish. When we look back on the match, we might remember the finish and be like, what was that? But there was a hell of a match that went down before it. Nathan said NXT is probably like going to college for most of them. Yes, I think that's a really good comparison. NXT is like college, whereas the main roster is the real world, you know? I think it's a really good comparison. Kendal is not just a next in line athlete trained at PC. She grew up watching WWE. During NXT Deadline, they showed footage of her at 9 years old holding John Cena chains. Who do we think will win the triple threat? I would think Lola. She was the person that I said I would have had win here. I don't think there would have been any shame in Kendal losing this match tonight. An absolute banger of a match. I don't think there would have been any shame in Kendal losing. Lola then goes on to have her title run, win the title. I think JC could get called up, give Lola a title run. I mean, if you want to give Kendal a title run at the end of the year, we can absolutely do that. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I love Kendal. But considering she only just arrived, I would go Lola. But I mean, who's not excited by Kendal? She is such an amazing talent. What's match of the night? Main event. Yeah. Even with that finish, main event's my favourite match of the night. Again, if I had to rewatch anything, I'd rewatch that. Because there's so many moments in it that I just enjoyed. There's so many sequences and moves, and I'd want to see that cartwheel again, and I want to see that back elbow again, and some of the suplexes look really good, and Lola was, you know, kind of going blow for blow, and she was real dialed in, and there felt like some chemistry that was there between them, and oh God, yeah, I mean, it hit. It really hit. It was really grabbing me. I really enjoyed it. It's just, you know, that finish, that blooming finish. But, I mean, this was a match that just got them to where they wanted to go, wasn't it? One day, we will get Kendal at a PLE in a singles match, and it'll be for the title, and she is going to absolutely cook. And we might get that many, many times, because she might get that NXT Women's Championship, and she might just go on a tear. So, you know, I wonder why others don't look at Kendal and learn from her. I wonder why it is her matches are hitting so hard compared to other people, you know? And it's funny because if you look at what Kelani can do with all the gymnastics, but yet her matches ain't hitting the way that Kendal's are. It's about pace. It's about intensity. It's about selling. I mean, like, Kendal, when she gets knocked down, she's like a rag doll in the corner. And it's about, like, the snap in the moves. I suppose it's harder than it looks, is the truth. I mean, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. So I suppose the answer is it's just harder than it looks. But I do still feel like there's some big lessons people can get by just watching Kendal work. It's very good. There's just some things you can't teach, says Brony. Big Time said Lola has vastly improved these past 12 months. Not just a shake your ass type deal. Yeah, do you know, I mean, that's kind of where we were with her at the start, but I agree, we have moved well past that now. Spawny Boy said, you're in love with Kendal, admit it. Well, I'm in love with her wrestling. I'm absolutely in love with her wrestling. She's someone that I can see myself supporting for, you know, forever, really. I mean, she really is. This is why I love Sami and Elia and Gunther, because they don't let me down when the bell rings. You know, chances are I'm going to really enjoy their matches. And they don't let me down when the bell rings. And I feel that way about her, where if there's a Kendal match, doesn't really matter what else is on the show, you know that's going to deliver for you. You know that's going to be worth watching. So, yeah, big thumbs up. And it's not just from me. It's not just me saying it. It's you lot saying it as well, because I can tell you that managed to score great 77, which does put it as our highest rated match of the night. So you lots enjoyed it as well. And it's a high score, and that's with quite a few complaints about the finish. So imagine if that just had a different finish, what that score would be. Very impressive. They know what they've got. They know. Right, and there we go. That was NXT. So there was some good, there was some bads. Great crowd though, and the shows from MSG are always fun. I would say that it was, really strong first hour, not a strong second hour. That main event was absolutely cooking. It was a highlight of the show, and then you get the finish that you get. So it's a show that gets us to stand and deliver, and hopefully that just kills it this weekend. Really hoping that that's going to make a big statement. Who knows, we might be about to have Takahashi come walking through the door. We might have Evil come walking through the door. I would love it if there was anyone that was going to get added to this roster this weekend, and it really does kind of create some buzz. I would love that. So hopefully, fingers crossed, big show this weekend. We're going to be all over it this weekend. So if you're a fan of NXT, even if you're not a fan of NXT, stop by, share your thoughts, come and join us. We're going to hopefully have a lot of fun, and hopefully that show is going to stand and deliver. So there we go. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. I'm going to run away and work on Unseen because I didn't get a chance to do that before the member stream we did. But appreciate it. I'm back tomorrow with Unseen, with Evolve. I'll be in the Discord for an hour as well. So doing all that tomorrow. And obviously we're getting closer to SmackDown. We're getting closer to Stand and Deliver. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.